Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. I apologize for the intro music. I wasn't ready to go live, so normally on a confirmed warning, I don't play the intro music because it's a serious situation. So that time I wasn't ready, I had to play it. So yeah, we've got a confirmed tornado heading right into the city of Peoria. Wow. What? Wow, you can see a tornado from that far? Somebody's got some good eyes. Look at that. That's far. You're telling me you saw a tornado from here all the way up into Hannah City. That is a far distance to see a rain-wrapped tornado right there. That's quite unusual. So that's actually our third tornado out of this storm. That's why I decided to go live here. Actually second, my bad. Second tornado, third report. Earlier, we had a report out here near St. David. I was actually watching 3 different chasers, and none of them actually saw that tornado, so a little skeptical of that one. A new report now, just barely west of downtown Peoria, of a tornado ongoing on the far northern side of this storm. And where did they say? Let's see, looking west, southwest. So that is a third tornado because they're looking west, southwest. So actually, that is a new tornado. So southwest is this way. They're looking at a tornado here. So actually, we have 2 tornadoes ongoing from this single storm at this exact moment. 2 tornadoes ongoing. So I guess we could call it twins. Although I suppose... and I wouldn't be shocked if both have lifted at this point, considering how weak these areas of rotation are. It would not shock me if either one of these or even both of them have lifted at this point. But if you are in Peoria, make sure you are in your safe spot. But glad to have everybody in here. Welcome, Ben. Welcome, V. New Plays, Landon, Edits, Raising, Proxy, Rockets. Glad to have you guys all in here for another stream. Hopefully, y'all are all having a great day so far. Very, very early. I plan to go live at 6 o'clock. So I'm not going to really say unfortunately, but unfortunately, it looks like you guys are going to be stuck with me for the next 6 hours or so. So buckle in, get those snacks ready, get some caffeine ready. I don't have my caffeinated water, so I'm doomed. I was really hoping to hold off till 6 o'clock, but looks like this one stubborn storm is not gonna allow that. So just going to continue to watch these areas for rotation. We've got a couple regions up here that could produce weak tornadoes. The primary reason for this tornado warning was this area of rotation back down here, moving northeast, going towards East Peoria. If you didn't know, our mod Caleb, who's probably, what day is it? It should be like a Wednesday or a Thursday. I'm gonna go check model runs to see what day it is. It's a Wednesday. So he actually might be in school if he's not on spring break. Our mod Caleb might actually be in school right now in East Peoria. And this is still an observed tornado warning. So unless they're at spring break, which here in Virginia, our spring break starts this upcoming week. So Friday's their last day. Then they get out for a full week. So I don't know if that's the same out here in Illinois, but he may be in school. That's our mod Caleb in East Peoria. Peoria. I know I'm saying that wrong. He taught me how to say it, and I forgot. So just make sure you're in your safe spot. Please be in your safe spot here. We've got 2 tornadoes that have been reported. One here. One that was in this area, you see that purple report. So one that was in here tracking eastward going into Peoria. And then another one here that is moving northeast that was reported from somebody very far away. I'm very surprised somebody saw a tornado from that far. So if we go back to when that was reported, I mean, look at that. You're telling me you saw from here to here, you saw a tornado. I just don't know. I don't know about that. We are looking at quite photogenic tornadoes today, but not from cells like this. This is more of an HP mess, one of the more high precipitation cells we're going to see today. So that's just a little surprise to me, trying to see a tornado from that far. I mean, that's a good solid probably 10 or so miles. Peoria, like that. Peoria. I remember you taught me how to say it, and then I just forgot completely. So still a confirmed warning there. Make sure you're in your safe spot. I'll just make sure everything is still good to go. Like I said, I was on my computer, so I was watching the storms, but I wasn't actually ready to stream. So I hopped on, and then I immediately changed all my scenes on Streamlabs, and then I just started up the stream. So that's why the loop wasn't our normal loop. It was just background radar. So it looks like the greatest tornado threat for today, since all of you guys, if you're not fully weather aware from other channels or other media sources, probably haven't seen this. We actually did get an upgrade to a 10 significant tornado risk today. So in yesterday's live stream, I said I expect a 5% and wouldn't be too shocked with a 10 sig. They pulled the 10 sig trigger. They went ahead and pulled a very large 10% chance for significant tornadoes, possibly even 1 or 2 long tracked, maybe even an intense tornado of EF3 plus intensity possible today. And you can see we already have that tornado watch in the purple that has been issued. So definitely already kicking off with some storms. The storms that I think will be the biggest troublemakers here. Sorry, V, you're not going to like me for this. I think it's going to be these storms here that intensify quite quickly into central Illinois and then continue into central Indiana. So I do think our greatest tornado threat for today is actually going to be more focused in this area here, as opposed to where we have our current confirmed tornado warning right near that maximum vorticity, thanks to our secondary low pressure that has formed. So 2 main areas to watch. That area I think is going to be our best chance for strong long track tornadoes. And the other area where we could still see some spin ups is going to be right near that that vorticity maximum, which should be also going into Chicago as well. Like right in here. So that's where we have that, the 3 cape that we were talking about in yesterday's live stream. That's where we're going to have a lot of that 3 cape mixed in with vorticity. So that's where I think we have the best chance for spin up tornadoes, multiple spin up tornadoes. Whereas down here, I think that's where we're going to have our better, higher chance for more low precipitation, strong tornadoes. The biggest issue here on why I've switched my target area. So yesterday I was talking about Chicago being the main target area. Our storms have fired earlier and a lot more clustered. Look at this. This is not a mode that we were expecting to be our primary mode today. We were expecting multiple semi-discrete storms. So this is definitely going to decrease the tornado threat northwest of the Bloomington area in terms of a strong tornado threat. So anywhere more northwest of this line here, that's where I'm a little bit less concerned for strong tornadoes now, thanks to that more messy, clustered, and even partially linear mode. Let's go back to our current radar imagery here, see if anything's changed. I don't see any notable signs for a tornado ongoing, but apparently at one point we actually had twins right when we started this live stream. Apparently, according to spotters, we had twin tornadoes on the ground. The Storm Prediction Center is, they just updated. That update we just looked at was a new update. They've maintained the 10 significant tornado risk. Their discussion here is, let's see, I want to try to find the main discussion. Okay, well, they don't. Oh, well, here you go. While some risk for tornadoes is going to exist with these lower dew points, the risk for a strong tornado or two is going to be maintained with a 10% significant tornado risk. Let's see here. So main threat will be the evolution of a modest boundary layer with moisture on the Illinois-Indiana border. So they're also hinting towards a more east risk now. A more conditional risk for strong tornadoes or two further to the central and northwest portions of Illinois. So they're also hinting towards a better tornado threat on the southeast side of that 10 sig risk, which again is in here. So my target area this morning, I tweeted about my target area. My target area was actually Peoria, in between Peoria and Bloomington. That is where I would have been. I would have been somewhere in here if I were chasing today. After this storm starts to weaken, I would get my tail as fast as humanly possible without breaking any laws, all the way down here towards like probably Paxton. I would probably try to book it all the way to Paxton, or I would stop somewhere in here and monitor these storms off to the southwest. One or the other. I would not stick with this threat anymore, because I feel like that's going to just grow upscale and it's going to be more of a high precipitation mess for tornadoes as opposed to a photogenic tornado threat. We also had quite the overperformance in overconvection this morning, so that was really, really good news. That was some relief this morning. We had overconvection occur in this entire area here. We had a huge band of overconvection, and actually that band of overconvection in here is somewhat the reasoning for our tornado warning in Peoria here. You can see that band of overconvection actually helped ignite some more thunderstorms further on the southern side here. But you can see, look how, I mean, all these storms here are going to merge with this cluster, and it's just going to create a big mess. So I just wouldn't be targeting, after this storm, I just wouldn't be targeting north of like right here. Because you can see, look at this, look at this. Look at that, wow. Just multiple semi-discrete cells firing out here in our 2% tornado risk for obviously tornadoes. And as those move to the northeast into that more favorable environment, especially in this region in here, that's where we could see some long track strong tornadoes. And then unfortunately, that's probably going to track somewhat into the overnight hours as well. I don't think we'll have that strong tornado threat past 9 p.m. Central, but I do believe it's a little bit more of a nocturnal tornado threat than what I was originally talking about yesterday. I think that main threat for tornadoes is also going to be a little bit later. I think our main threat's going to really, really, really kick up at 6 p.m. Yeah, definitely want to keep an eye on it, V. I know how nervous you are for severe weather, but unfortunately, this is not a bad setup for severe weather. If anything, it's actually trended a little worse for you, because these storms have gone more messy, which means that they're going to be more linear at first, and then as they move to the northeast, they could actually break apart, which I think the HRRR does. Yeah, the HRRR does show that. It shows them breaking up a little bit towards 6 p.m. on just well to your northwest. But I do think in some ways your risk has actually increased in severe weather, in tornadoes. Oh, finally, a video of a tornado. Finally, some proof. I wasn't really trusting those reports there. Okay, that's definitely a tornado. That was right when we started our stream. So definitely had a tornado. I can definitely tell you we had a tornado One of these reports have a video on them. Glassfield. Is that... How do you pronounce that? That's not even Glassfield. Spelled weird. I think it's somewhere down here. He might have put on the wrong name, but I think we have a video of this tornado that was ongoing over here. Let me Control-C, Control-V this and see where it leads me. Maybe he misspelled it. I think he did. I can't blame him. I mean, I'd misspell the town too if I'm in the if I'm currently looking at a tornado. Yeah, I think he meant Glassford. Oh no, I wouldn't be talking about a violent tornado today. Heck no. Nah. No way. Violent tornadoes with this setup, just not something you're gonna see, if ever. The only way how we could possibly see a tornado that violent, like that intense, 170 plus miles per hour, is if we saw like an outflow boundary slam into a semi-discrete storm in west central Indiana, east central Illinois towards 6:30, 7 o'clock. Because that's when your environment's the most favorable. Even then, it's not favorable for violent tornadoes. That's definitely overdoing it. Worst case scenario, we end up with an intense tornado or two. That's like your worst case scenario. Best case scenario, we continue to see these very weak, non-damaging spin-up tornadoes that just go into open fields. The video that I saw of this tornado was literally just a tornado picking up some dirt in a field. Orange sky is a bad sign. Are you looking at the sunset? Are you looking at the sunset over there? Orange skies. I'm not sure why you'd have orange skies. But your main threat, V, I think it's pretty late. Yeah, your main threat's right about 8 p.m. my time. So that's 7 p.m. Central. That looks to be your main threat right there. Yeah, the NAM3K also agrees with that. Now, another best case scenario setup here would be... Let's see. If this all grows upscale. If all this grows upscale into a line, that's good. That is good. So, if we continue to see this semi-discrete mode, that's bad. Storm mode literally makes or breaks entire events so often. Proxy, I started early. I wanted to start at 6 o'clock. I'll probably be here for the next 4 or 5 hours, so you don't got to worry about me ending anytime soon. I'll try to stick through this event with you guys, because I'm very interested to see how this plays out. I want to see how it plays out. But see, right now, this is pretty good. Look at how these are all... This is all really growing linear, to be honest with you. So that's really, really good. We have some of these semi-discrete storms, but it's getting more clustered. So we're definitely not going to verify a strong tornado threat if we see a very clustered linear mode today. This is not no Pi Day outbreak of March 14th earlier. About 4 or 5 days ago? It's when we had the Pi outbreak. It's not that. We don't have a volatile environment for strong tornadoes today. So, it's going to take a discrete storm all by its lonesome in the somewhat favorable environment for strong tornadoes that we'll have in place later today. Not seeing a whole lot here with this confirmed tornado warning in Peoria. Oh, I butchered it, didn't I? Peoria. Nope. I think I said that right. Peoria. So, yeah, we'll just keep an eye on it. I think the main area to watch with this is the southern tail end here. Proxy, I believe at least 100 tornadoes have now been confirmed from both days. both days, I believe, now have 100 tornadoes confirmed. At least 100 tornadoes. March 14th. All right, let's see. Yes, yes, at least 100. At least 3 EF4s, at least 11 EF3s, at least 27 EF2s, at least 45 EF1s, and at least 17 EF0s. Which actually makes it one of the most violent 2-day outbreaks in the last 5 years. Believe it or not. I believe ever since the 2020... Was it the Easter outbreak? I didn't track weather at all in 2020. I think it was the Easter outbreak. To just also another way to compare it is we've had more violent tornadoes in that 2-day time frame. March 14th, 15th had the same amount of tornadoes as 2024 and more violent tornadoes than all of 2023. Just to, kind of put a comparison on just how insane that outbreak was. We had more violent tornadoes in those 2 days alone in the entire year than the entire year of 2023. Are these tour possible? No and no. Okay. Just wanted to check that. And so I really don't see a solid tornado threat with any of these storms down here at this exact moment. The greatest tornado threat is still within this tornado warning storm right in this area. Choose a different color. Right here, moving up to the northeast. So Peoria, it looks like what previously produced twin tornadoes definitely has died out. So there's like no areas of rotation over the city of Peoria at the moment. And we just went tornado warning list. So there you go. Just like that. We are now tornado warning lists. For the first time in this whole entire 22-minute live stream, we are now tornado warning lists. Let me see. I will wait for this new Mesoanalysis, and then we shall go over our observations and our analysis. From a chaser perspective, I'll give you what I look for when storm chasing. It's 20Z right now. That is our new Mesoanalysis. So just a heads up, Mason City, you're in a severe for 60-mile-an-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail. Greenview in actually dead central Illinois, you're in a severe for 0.75-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds as well. But I just want to go ahead and do a bit of an analysis with you here. So this morning, I'll show you exactly why I'm kind of lenient on that northern target area. So here's our current observations from the Storm Prediction Center's Mesoanalysis. Very, very clear low pressure right in here with a cold front this way. And this is kind of a double low setup. So you actually have a low pressure here, and that low pressure actually has an occluded front, which goes up to a new low, which goes into a cold front, which actually has a dry line, which then turns on into a warm front like that. So your main area is a warm front up here with a cold front that extends down in here with a dry line that is just slightly, barely in front of that cold front. We just got a new tornado warning. So bear with me. We're going to leave that up and go see that one.
Tornado warning for southwestern Woodford County in central Illinois, northeastern Tazewell County in central Illinois, Tazewell and Woodford County in Illinois.
Yeah, so like I was mentioning, if we do see a tornado anytime soon, it's going to be from this storm here on the southeast side. So that's going to go up into Washington, Eureka, if I said that right. Germantown Hills, East Peoria there. So right where Caleb is. Caleb's right there. Caleb's in another tornado warning, second one. Morton, Deer Creek, Groveland, you guys all in that new tornado warning there. So make sure you are in your safe spot. I don't see anything extremely alarming here. You have your inflows going in like this. outbound winds like this. So it definitely could tighten up right in here as it moves northeast. That would not surprise me. Can I get a better visual for y'all? There you go. Yeah, Radar Omega is like freaking 5 minutes behind on the scan, so there we go. So yeah, you can see here, where's our radar? So our radar's down there. So these are winds going towards the radar like this, winds going away from the radar. So you just have a very large, broad area of extremely weak rotation that could spin up a tornado as it moves up to the northeast. And we did just get a new tornado watch. This is going to be south, man. This is south, south, south. Gracious day. I didn't even know this area was in the threat. So now a tornado watch all the way down to the Tennessee and Kentucky border. Very unexpected watch, at least on my part. Did not see that coming. I did not expect to see a tornado watch that far south today. But yeah, now we've got a large area. Look at this. This feels like a high-end day all over again. Yesterday, we thought this was going to be conditional. Now we've got 2 big tornado watches out. Look at that. Probs, I'm going to guess 40. Ooh. I'm going to say, yeah, 40-20, I think is, I think that's going to be the probs. I almost want to say 30-10, but I'm going to say 40-20. Oh, actually, 50-20. Oh, okay. Actually, 50-20. So just 10% higher than what I was thinking. I actually was going to go, I almost went with 30-10 there, but nope. So they've got a 50-20 tornado watch now out here for the southern area of our risks. So that includes Evansville, Indiana, southern Illinois, and almost into Paducah, Kentucky. Does that include Paducah? No. So it's one county to the east of Paducah, Kentucky, under that new tornado watch. And then, of course, we have our main tornado watch, which is a 50-30 up here. So the only difference between these 2 watches is this one has a 10% better chance for strong tornadoes. And we now have a considerable severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado possible. I want to go back to our mesoanalysis before things get too insane here. So this is looking at our current instability. And you can see we've got a very widespread area of 250 instability here. And then we have really the main area for 1,000 Cape generally is in this area here. As we progress with time, that's going to get a little larger. So really, Illinois is the best area for instability. We'll zoom in some here. There you go. So that shows you more widespread, your 500 instability there. And then according to this, just 3 pockets of 1,000 instability. So, yeah, definitely, I'd be targeting this little pocket down over here. If you look at surface observations, that will also show you exactly why. So your dew points, the more north you go, the lesser they get. Towards the Chicago area, northern Illinois, I mean, you're varying from very low 50s all the way into the high 30s for dew points. So very low end dew points up in that area. And you can see the more broken convection further south with those better dew points to the east of them. So those dew points may get as high as the upper 50s. We could see dew points as high as like 58, 59 degrees today. So not like extraordinarily high for this time of year or anything, but I think that's where I would probably end up targeting, somewhere right around in there. I'd start, obviously, like I said in my Twitter post, I would have started in Peoria. And then after this storm here, which is currently tornado warned, ends up dying out, which, I mean, shoot, at any moment I'd be booking it southeast because you don't want to miss these boys here. I think these are going to be some good tornado makers, unfortunately, on the southern end of our enhanced risk for severe weather. Connor did just recently go live, so I'll just see where he is. I wouldn't be shocked if he's in Peoria here. Where is bro going? Is he leaving the tornado warning? I don't know if he's trying to get to a new target area or if he is leaving the tornado warning, but he is He is on the southeast side of our tornado warning polygon here. So he's on the I-74 corridor, rather, leaving the tornado warning. So he's going from Morton into Deer Creek, which that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea because you could position yourself like right here and then look northwest as that moves up to the northeast. Yeah, I'll just keep an eye on Connor. We'll definitely show his feed today because he's going to be probably one of the chasers to get a tornado today. He's really good at chasing, so hopefully he realizes that this stuff is going too linear. Ooh. Whoa, too zoomed in. Gracious day, you see that? Oh, yeah, exactly what I was thinking. Probably going to need a tornado warning on this soon. That could definitely spin up very, very quickly. That is contamination, right? Let's look for a spectrum width. That spectrum width has me a bit suspicious. That might be an unwarned tornado ongoing. See how that goes up with height? I'm not very confident in that. But there may be an unwarned tornado ongoing. Just southeast of Green Valley. We may have a tornado ongoing. I'm not very confident in that because it is in the clear slot of this storm. See how it's right here? Where the lesser precipitation is. And you can see that CC matches up almost perfectly with that clear slot. So I'm not very confident that that is a tornado ongoing, but it may be. There's a chance that is an unwarned tornado ongoing just to the southeast of Green Valley. Which you are in a significant severe, so you should be in your safe spot anyways, and it is also tor possible, so if you are in that severe, there may be an unwarned tornado on the ground, and even if there isn't, you still need to be in your safe spot because you do have a tor possible tag, and more specifically, you've got a tag for 70-mile-an-hour winds, which is considered significant. So I highly, highly recommend that you seek shelter. And once again, there is a small chance that we have an unwarned tornado ongoing. We'll see what the next scan shows here. Like I said, I'm not extremely confident in that. The thing that makes me have a little more confidence, is it's been there for 2 scans. And both scans, it's been going up with height. There's also spectrum width there, which means there's definitely some winds there. It may not be tornadic winds, but it's definitely hinting towards winds right on top of that correlation coefficient that's still present. A ZDR just dropped too. On that last frame, ZDR wasn't that low. Now ZDR's dropped. So this very easily could be an unwarned tornado ongoing. A very low precipitation tornado ongoing there. If it is a tornado. And that's a big if. I'm not very sure on that. So there's a few things that makes me think that could be a tornado ongoing. Just make sure you are in your safe spot either way because you're in a warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds. See if that lasted another scan. Well, if it was a tornado, it did lift. So that's the good news. I mean, that's right. That is right where an unwarned tornado could be on this storm, because you're going to be getting inflow in like this. So that's, that's not like a crazy area of contamination. Like it's not a debris signature or a correlation coefficient out here in the middle of nowhere. There's no storm at all. It's actually in a decent placement of the storm. Yeah, that very easily could have been an unwarned tornado there. That very easily could have been an unwarned tornado. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure, but that's definitely a spot where a tornado could form. Because it's right on the northern side. Oh, and look at that. Actually, you had a cell merge, too. Look, a storm fired in it. and then moved more north. So it did have a little cell merge too. That very easily could have been an unwarned tornado that just happened northwest of Delavan. Again, not for sure, but it had ZDR. This scan right here. This scan right here. You had CC with high... Oh! And is that a tornado warning for it? It sure is. There you go. They did not observe it, but they did tornado warn it. So I think we did actually just have an unwarned tornado, and now it is a warned tornado, and now it's really getting a hook on it. Now it's got a hook on it, so this might be able to produce a potential strong tornado.
Tornado warning for
if it keeps
Eastern
strengthening.
Tazewell County in central Illinois, West Central McLean County in central Illinois, McLean, and Tazewell County in Illinois.
If it keeps strengthening, that has an opportunity to produce a stronger tornado. Those outbound winds definitely fell off a bit, so that's good news. But it's definitely in an okay spot to do so. You can see it wrapping around. Look. You can see it wrapping around right in there. So you've got this small area of velocities, and it could definitely intensify further there in the next frame. But another issue with that is the inflow is so small, so the occlusion process could literally be in seconds. In seconds, you could see that little hook that is right in here. I'll draw it smaller for you. So your little hook echo is right in here. That's your little embedded hook right in there. Got a little embedded supercell in there. You got a little embedded supercell inside your supercell. And that, you could see how close that is. I mean, there's not a lot of room separating that. So it could occlude in just a couple seconds. It could just go whoop and then disappear. We'll see what that shows on the next frame for velocities. Yeah, I think that actually was an unwarned tornado. Especially now, since that area of rotation is still present, and obviously it's now tornado warned, so slightly more confident that that actually could have been an unwarned tornado just moments ago to the north of Delavan in central Illinois. There have been 3 tornadoes near Peoria. 3. We had one here near Hannah City. We had another one here near Perkin. Well, nope. My bad. Let me re-say that. The report's at Perkin, but the actual tornado was over here. Someone spotted a tornado. From over here, they saw a tornado way near Glassford. So we had a tornado in Glassford, we had a tornado in Hannah City, then we had a tornado in St. David. Those 3 areas had tornadoes out of this singular storm. And I believe these 2 were actually twins at one point on the ground at the same time. But I don't think, like, the city of Peoria actually got in on a, they actually got a tornado. I think it was barely off to y'all's west by just a few miles. This could still intensify rather quickly, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. The good news is those velocities weakened. You can see at one point they actually got pretty strong. At one point, you did have almost 100-mile-an-hour rotation. So we actually could have had a... I don't think I'd call this a strong tornado because there's no way it lofted debris more than 2,500 feet up. But could have had an unwarned tornado there, southeast of Green Valley, Illinois. About, give or take, 9 minutes ago. Yeah, see, it looks like that tiny little hook's already occluded, so I don't think this is going to pose a strong tornado threat anymore. Yep. I don't think that's going to pose much of a tornado threat at all anymore, actually, because that whole entire hook occluded. So that's good news. It was either going to be one or the other. Either we were going to see a strong area of rotation try to form, or it was going to just die out. So hopefully this is one of those days where all of our storms just end up dying out instead of trying to produce. How high are the storms? They're very tall. I know they are. Yeah, you're looking at a good 33,000 feet up for this storm near Hopedale. And then the whole line itself, here is at least 25,000 plus feet up. Let's see here. I don't know who that dude is, but we'll just get him out of the chat. Not anymore, no. It's not on the ground anymore. Nah. I think it was on the ground briefly, unwarned for a moment, but not any longer. Uh-oh. Look at that. Your southern storm's already starting to spark up down here. See if we can get a better visual on that. Definitely not. We'll use MRMS, but yeah, look at them. They're definitely starting to get more mature. For sure. Why does this look like the beginning of a major outbreak? Thankfully, we don't have any better ingredients at all. This actually could have been quite a good threat for a tornado outbreak if we had better ingredients. I mean, we've already seen 3 tornadoes from a clustered storm. Like, look at them all. They all look like semi-discrete cells. Little worrisome. Even though we don't have the best environment, it is still a little worrying. And look at satellite here. Let me show you satellite. You got all this clearing in front. It kind of looks like the beginning of a major outbreak. You've got a huge area of clearing. You've got a huge CU field and semi-discrete supercells firing along the dry line here. Thank goodness those dew points aren't going to be any higher. I think dew points are going to limit this threat the most. We're definitely not going to get over 60 dew points, which is really, really good. We might get some upper echelon 50 dew points, but I don't think we will get to 60. Did I check meso? You mean mesoanalysis? Yeah. I didn't do a full analysis breakdown on that, though. But, I mean, yeah, there's your cold front right in there. So it's very obvious that you definitely 100% have a dry line firing storms, and then you have your low pressure here, secondary surface low here, and then you have a warm sector that overspreads. That's an occluded front. So your occluded front there connects to your cold front, and then it turns into a warm front and goes up like that. If we look at the surface, you can see there's definitely circulation in this area. And then I could also show you from this one. There you go. So definitely a low back in here, and then another low, a very broad low. You could see it's a very broad area of circulation here. So a very broad low. I don't know if that's fully correct on the exact placement of that low pressure. I feel like this one's here, and this one's more like up here. Like I said, you've got a cold front back in this area. Dry line, this area here. We can try to figure out where that dry line is. Based on observations, it looks like I drew that a little bit too far east. Like right in here. You have your dry line. There you go. A little bit like that, you've got a dry line in place. And then, like I said, your occluded front back here. That connects up to that other low pressure with the cold front. And then your warm front overspreads all of that. This whole area, you got a big warm front up there. So, just based off of surface observations, you'd think... not surface observations, but this here, your pressure and your winds here, You'd think that the area to target is like right along that cold front, warm front, right? Right up here. That's where you think the target area is. And there is somewhat a target region up there. Like I said, you've got these storms here. That is a terrible color to draw on a white map. You've got these storms right in here that have produced a couple tornadoes generally in that area. But if you look at your surface observations, look at the dew points further north. 30, 36, 36. So, like, Chicago's just an utter no-go. Just a no-go for Chicago. So, my main area by a milestone is definitely in here. Definitely in here. Let's go back to our main radar site of the day. That's a big fake hook echo. Look at that. That may try to reform in like the same spot. I'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, also keep an eye on these southern storms. You can see upper level mesos are forming on all of them. Upper level mesos are definitely forming on more of these discrete storms. So I wouldn't be shocked to start seeing some severe warnings come out for these at some point. And like I said, I think these are actually going to be our biggest tornado makers later on today as these move. What time is it? 4:40, right about 4:40. Yeah, so by the time they move into that favorable environment, somewhere in here, they should become very mature supercells. A new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Oh. Need I say any more? Need I say any more? There's your professionals. Risk for tornadoes, including a strong tornado or two, is likely to increase 6 p.m. Well, I'll be. Look at that. Now, that's how you know you're pretty good at what you do right there. I think they're watching the stream. So that's where I'd go. And go here, dummy. That's literally what the MCD says. You see that big old brown arrow? Go here, dummy. Right there. But I'd go more on the southwest side here. So that way you can see those storms first form. Yeah, so I fully agree with them on this. Yep, I fully agree with them on this. 100 to 130 mile per hour tornado peak intensity, winds as high as 70 miles per hour, and hail as large as 1.75 inch in diameter. That's all the hazards we're expecting. If you look in the description, I said that same thing. 70 mile an hour winds, 1.75 inch hail, and what did I say? A few strong tornadoes? Yeah, just 1 or 2 strong tornadoes possible. It depends on how many mature supercells we see, which I think we could see like 2 to 3 mature supercells, but they may not all produce strong tornadoes. What? This is a little old, but it just came across my feed. 5:20 a.m. Central Time, 6 miles south-southeast of Kearney County, Nebraska. Oh, no, it's in Kearney County, 6 miles south-southeast of Kearney, the town. 72 inches of snow. 72 inches of snow. The Mesonet reported 72 inches of snow. I wonder if I could see that. That'd be crazy to see. I'm pretty sure that's a mistake on the Mesonet's part. Let's see here. Tornado ongoing. Land spout. All right. I'd assume that's in the tornado warning storm, right? I assume that's in the tornado warning storm. Landspout just touched down 100 yards in front of me. That's what a chaser just said. I heard him through Connor's radio. So I recognize that voice. I'm trying to figure out which chaser it was. Yep, this chaser. That's a big landspout. Dang. That ain't no landspout. That's a freaking tornado. Yeah, tornado definitely ongoing out here in this tornado warning storm. Jeez. That's an intense... That looks like a pretty intense vortice right there. Thankfully, the vortice weakened in the field, and it... Did it do any damage to the home? No. Good. Yeah, it looks like we had a pretty strong vortice cross the road, and then it weakened before it hit the house. I knew I recognized his voice. Let's see. He said it lifted. He said it lifted. I can't hear, his live feed is glitching in and out, so what I'm doing is I'm listening to Connor's feed, Connor Croft's feed, and I'm listening to that chaser talk about the tornado. Because this dude's feed is down currently. Oh, it's back up. Nah, I'm not going to put the link in. I will tell you that it was Brandon Kopic. Sebastian, no channel names. I'll say just so you guys can go watch it. Because I know he's a great guy. Go back like 2.5 minutes, almost 3 minutes, and then you'll see it. It looked like there was a pretty strong vortice. Oh, I didn't even realize he actually said... He actually talked about those vortices. I didn't realize that till just now. So it was a pretty... it was like a large, weak tornado, but there was some vortices embedded in it that actually were decently strong. And it seemed to be pretty brief. I mean, we're talking about a 4-minute or so tornado. It did not... It doesn't look like it fully consolidated. It looks like it was... I could see why people mistook that for a land spout. I can see why people mistook that for a land spout. That was not a gustnado, Ringo. Gustinados do not have multiple strong vortices. That was not a gustnado, bud. Might be another one. Yeah, it's hard to tell, though. That last one was definitely a tornado. If there's one on the ground now, it's probably like a land spout. It may be. So I'm assuming that was up here. Wait. Where are you? Wait, hold on. I just realized I don't know where bro is. Hold on a second. Okay, it was on this storm. It's now an observed tornado warning. For all I know, I was looking at the wrong storm. I didn't even know where he was. Yeah, so that was definitely a tornado. Probably right along this road. I imagine he was on this road right here, and then this was it. It crossed right in front of him. But no very strong velocity signatures. So had pretty good vortices with it. That was a pretty impressive quick tornado there. Let's see. Yeah, not surprised that produced a tornado, to be honest with you. And that's what we're going to see today, too, out of these storms, because you have a lot of vorticity in 3 capes, so they could very easily spin up very, very quickly. But that's what they should be. They should be spin-up tornadoes. We shouldn't see any long tracked or any strong tornadoes out of this area. So that's why those few strong vortices surprised me a bit there. Did I not fix this? Let me see if Radar Omega shows you how strong those velocities were, because on other people's radar sites it did look actually stronger. Oh, of course, Radar Omega was down for 30 minutes. 30 minutes! I gotta show you proof. Proof. 412, 443. Dude, the thing's been down for almost the entire live stream. Gracious. Just to prove it to you. I can't wait till Weatherwise releases Storm Relative Velocity. After that comes out, I might just fully scrap Radar Omega. I'm still going to keep Radar Omega for the model runs, for intros, and a few other minor things, but for actual severe weather coverage, I'll definitely start using Weatherwise more. I just got to make it a habit. I have a habit of just clicking Radar Omega for severe weather tracking. So we got a fourth confirmed tornado warning. This is our 4th tornado of the day. Remember, a weak regional tornado outbreak is considered 6. So we only need 2 more. We only need 2 more tornadoes for this day to be considered a regional tornado outbreak. Now, that is regional. So if we have a tornado in freaking California and then another tornado in, like, Montana, you can't count those 2. It has to be a general region of 6 tornadoes to be considered a weak tornado outbreak. Or just a low-wind tornado outbreak as a whole. Yes, Proxy subscriptions are out, but they are only for phone. They said that they will be releasing it for browser later on. They also said that they're going to be making an entire software for a computer. Well, Rango, that's legit impossible, so... That's never going to happen. These storms did get a little bit more clustered down here. So that's good news. Proxy, there's still plenty of free features, and they're adding more free features later, so they're going to update both free and paid features. And the paid subscription isn't terrible. I think it's like... Is it like $6 a month? It's not horrific. It's not as bad as Radar Omega. Let's put it that way. And I don't mind paying that, considering they've been updating so much. Yeah, it's $7 a month. So it's not horrific. Or they have a weekly version too. You could pay $2 a week if you just want to try it out for like a week or 2 when the weather gets really active. So that's another option. But I don't mind paying for it at all, because they update so much. Radar Omega hasn't released an update in almost a full-blown year, so Their last update. Oh, it's been a year now. It has been no, not yet. My bad. It's been about 10, little over 10 months. Little over 10 months since Red Omega's last update. And Weatherwise had an update, what, yesterday or today? They literally just released, I think it was today, they just released new features for all versions. Yep, 4 hours ago they had an update. So I do not mind paying $6, or rather $7 a month for Weatherwise. Train spotter seeing a tornado approaching Mackinac. Yeah, but that was the chaser who we saw for sure. Let me see radar scope. What do you mean? It literally doesn't have like anything here. There's literally nothing there, bud. Now on this one it is a bit stronger, but if we look, I mean that's still like 50 mile an hour rotation. That might warrant an extension. But that could very easily die out in one frame. But I do see what you mean there with normal velocities. They're gone. They're gone. One frame. They're gone. There you go. Exactly what I was just talking about. This is compared to yesterday, this is playing out completely different than I think anybody expected. I want to see what the new HRRR does with those cells in southern Illinois. We'll see what that new HRRR says. Unfortunately, the 0Z, the day before 0Z model is going to be completely dead wrong. So unfortunately, I have to look at the model runs that are just now coming out because yesterday's 0Z is completely wrong. The entire setup really changed. Oh, it actually has them growing upscale on the southern side too, so yeah, this stuff might not do a whole lot either if it clusters up like that. Right now it's still discrete, but it's not in the best environment at the moment, and by the time it gets to that best environment in about an hour, it may be clustered, so it's Jover. Back it up. Back it up, chasers. I actually know somebody who flew out like 7 hours to go to this threat. I feel horrible. I feel horrible for anybody who flew 7 hours or drove that long just for the threat to underperform on dew points. All right, new warning. Probably, if I would have to guess, definitely going to end up being an extension northwest of Bloomington. That's my guess. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. No shocker there.
Tornado warning for eastern Woodford County in central Illinois, east central Tazewell County in central Illinois, northwestern McLean County in central Illinois, McLean, Tazewell, and Woodford County in Illinois.
All right. So in about 2 minutes, we'll go back down to a normal radar indicated tornado warning. We'll be good to go. But this is a tricky one here, because if I were chasing and I ditched the storm that was in Peoria and I went this way, I probably would still be on this cell here. But that would be tricky, because I'd be like right in Bloomington by now. So I could just stay on this interstate and easily get back in front of this thing that could very easily spin up a tornado. Very, very easily. We talk about this a lot. These embedded supercells on the northern side of the lines, they have better inflow. You can see all the inbound winds here. You see this area where inbound winds can just surge into the inflow of the storm. And this is another one of those another one of that case here. So this could easily spin up a tornado as it moves northeastward. So if I were chasing, I think I'd have to stay on this interstate to be out in front. Because that line could just cluster up further south. And the last thing you want to do is end up missing both severe threats. Or both main modes. Because you've got a southern mode here that may stay discrete, but could also cluster up. And then you already have your already clustered up mode up here. Let's see. Oh, I see that. Oh, nope, that's a tornado. That is no land spout. Ooh, or is it? That's hard to tell. You need to stop and then get out to see. That might actually be a land spout. Either way, it's classified as a tornado. A land spout is a type of tornado. It looks more like a tornado than it looks more like a traditional tornado to me than a land spout. And yet, I mean, you can see we're getting rotations starting back up here again. So it wouldn't shock me if we just had another tornado of this. That would make 5 tornadoes today. We're one away. We're one away. Whether that's a land spout or a normal tornado, it's still going to be classified as a tornado. This may end up being like a land spout outbreak as opposed to a normal, traditional tornado outbreak. End up titling this live stream the March 19th land spout outbreak as it happened. I just had to go check if this was real, and it's definitely real. The GFS gives me 4 inches of snow at the end of March. Oh, actually, skip that. The first day of April, the GFS gives me 4 inches of snow for some unknown reason. That's why we never trust the GFS either. Alright, that confirmed warning did just go ahead and expire. You can see right there. Give me some time, Sam. I'll get to it. I'll get to it. Buddy, it expired like 30 seconds ago. Don't worry. Yeah, this could produce a pretty, I don't want to say strong tornado. It could produce a pretty good tornado here. Because you can see that new curvature that has started on the southern side. So you're getting more of a bow out in this area. So this could produce a decent tornado here in the next 30 minutes or so. The reason why I don't want to say strong is because I don't think our lower level wind shear is going to favor a strong tornado threat out of this. Where are you? Mesoanalysis. Illinois. Lower level jet. 35 knots. Now, what about your 0 to 1 shear? Yeah, no. 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 80 surface to 1 kilometer wind shear is not going to cut it. If that was at like 150 or 200, I'd say, yeah, this might be able to produce a strong tornado, but no. Let's see. New tornado watch, apparently. I don't really know where the heck they'd issue that unless it's the smallest little tornado watch in northern Illinois, or some very small watch. I don't even see a tornado watch. There's no new tornado watch. Unless I'm very far behind. All right, we'll switch there. You guys don't either? Okay. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. If this was, if we had better lower level wind shear, I'd say this could easily produce a strong tornado. But because we don't have good lower level wind shear, I think this is going to struggle a bit. I think that's going to struggle quite a bit. Sam, thank you for becoming an EF1 member. It's greatly appreciated. It's greatly appreciated. Is that on the ground? It was. What? It is. I was gonna say it was just a minute ago, but nope, it is reconfirmed. No, it is. You're right. You're right, Caden. It was moments ago. We saw it from someone's feed, but I guess maybe they were a little late. I don't know. Let's see what the text says. It's probably going to say spotters confirmed. Yep. Damaging tornado via weather spotters have confirmed a tornado located over Carlock. Over Carlock. Yeah. That's what I was thinking before. It's on the ground. I doubt that is anything close to a strong tornado, though. I don't think we got enough lower level wind shear to support a strong tornado threat out here. Now, Eastern Illinois, that does have enough wind shear to promote a strong tornado threat. And there's also greater wind shear in northeastern Illinois as well. So keep an eye on that storm. This one's going into a lot of lower level wind shear as it goes towards Chicago. So keep an eye on that. In about an hour, it might be able to re-intensify. There you go. A significant severe tornado possible. 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a torr possible severe. The first severe of what I'm going to consider our southern mode. For the moment. I'm going to consider this your southern mode, and anything north of that your northern mode. Okay? So anything more north of, like, this area. Where these interstates intersect there. So that's all your northern mode right there. Northern mode, southern mode. And then you have your extreme northern mode up here. Is that on the ground from this chaser? It's so hard to tell what is and isn't on the ground from this far away. There's just a huge trail of dust. Since your inflow is so large, it looks like a huge tornado, but it's actually just literally winds picking up dust. So that's why you can't tell if it's a tornado until it's like on top of you and you're like, oh shoot, that is a tornado. That's what happened to this dude twice. This dude almost went through 2 tornadoes. Oh, there's 2 reports. Okay, now that's probably for the same one, though, right? I highly doubt there's actually twins like that. It looks like Connor is ditching the storm up here, which I don't know if I would have done that. Honestly, because it's already an established embedded supercell, so That's a tough call, but he made the call to go south. I'm assuming he's going to try to just book it down this interstate like I was talking about before and try to go in this area for those southern storms that are trying to form right here. So I believe that's still our 5th tornado, but that's like our friggin' like, what, 7th or 8th tornado report. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's our 6th or 7th tornado report with our 5th tornado. We've had 5 tornadoes. We had 1 tornado here. We had 1 tornado here. 1 tornado here. 1 tornado here. And 1 tornado here. It's 5 tornadoes. Yeah, this risk, I think this risk is just about verified, Ben. We're on the edge of a tornado outbreak. We are 1 away from a tornado outbreak today. I think for it to fully verify, there's going to have to be a strong tornado for it to fully verify, which I think the best chance for that's going to come from probably this cell here. Because there's just not enough lower level wind shear up here. And this one, I think this one's too linear. Like I said, there's like 400. Oh, what? Wait a second. Wait a second. Yeah, there's like 400 lower level wind shear up here. So these could try something as they move northeast. But I don't feel like they have good enough thermodynamics. Yeah. Yeah, they only have like 400 cape. Surface cape, so they're not good on instability. They're great on kinematics, bad on thermodynamics, and then the middle is good on thermodynamics and poor on lower level kinematics. And then the east central Illinois area, so in front of these, it looks like in front of this, both are good. You're going to have good kinematics and thermodynamics up here once these storms get to that environment in an hour or so, right around an hour, maybe slightly more. Get rid of those soundings. There we go. 3 Cape is definitely maximized more to the north. I'll look at 3 Cape right now. Let's see. 3 Cape. I gotta find it. I gotta find it. I lose where it is on here. Yeah, so it's about 150 in east central Illinois, like towards Paxton, it's 150. And then on the north side, like with these storms, it's closer to 100 or so. And then late tonight, just barely south of Chicago, it's going to get up to 200. So keep an eye on those cells. Let me get a different radar so I can show you what I'm talking about with those cells. Go to the Chicago radar. Keep an eye on these. Yeah, right here. These 2 storms. This cluster here and this cluster here as it moves towards Chicago. Because like I said, over Chicago, we've got about 400 meters squared second squared of 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, which is storm relativity. So they may be able to rotate even with the lack of lower level instability. They could still try to produce a few spin up tornadoes going towards Chicago. Okay, this is central Illinois. Then where's this radar site at? Iowa. Why do I have a radar in Iowa? I guess I'll put this to the Evansville radar site. But no, I'll put this to the Paducah. We'll put this to the Paducah radar site for now. Bloomington, let me go see where that is. I think that was where my... No, this is it. Yeah, if you are in Bloomington, you need to be away from doors and windows. Downtown Bloomington's about to be hit with a pretty strong line of damaging winds of about 60 miles per hour. And then after that, you're done. Unless this storm manages to go right up to Bloomington, which is possible. So, oh, Indiana. Thank you for pointing that out. Bloomington, Indiana. There you go. So you're not in a tornado watch. That's a little bit of a trickier spot. I'll look really quick. Your main threat's definitely going to be later. Like we're talking about 7, 8 o'clock Eastern. So definitely a later threat for severe weather. It's definitely possible that you see a few spin-up tornadoes around your area. Whether or not they're actually in your city or not, that's impossible to tell. But somebody in this area here is probably going to end up seeing a tornado around 7, 8 p.m. Eastern, which is 6 to 7 Central. But I do not think you are in the absolute highest tornado threat. I don't think you're in that best chance for a tornado. But still want to remain weather aware late this evening. Still want to be weather aware. Another tornado. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. Tor possible. Tor possible. Tor possible. Tor possible. We've only got one non-tor possible severe, and that's the one about to hit Bloomington, Illinois. Man, I also want to point out the winter storm side of this. It's really died out now. I was going to cover it this morning, but I just decided not to. I think our highest report was, other than the 72-inch snow report in Nebraska, which I think was a bit of a mistake, our highest report, discluding that, has been a foot, which I think was it here? Yeah, right there in York, southeastern Nebraska. And our highest gust was probably low to mid 70. I think that was 72. Yeah, 72 mile an hour wind gust there. There's no way that's right, Rockets. That's got to be impossible. There's no way we got that. Highest wind gust of 82, that would make sense. But snow report of like 66. That's something you only see over the course of like 4 days, or something like between 2 to 4 days in Buffalo when they get a big crazy snow event, lake effect event. All right, I'll look at satellite. Here's your high resolution satellite imagery on College Dew page. I'll zoom it out a little bit lower resolution, but there you go. Eye candy, man. Eye candy. You gotta love the eye candy. Ooh. That reminds me of derechos for some reason. Seeing that sharp cold front like that. Just whenever I see that, I immediately think big windbag. But thankfully, we didn't have that type of instability today. Wow. I could just look at satellite all day. I really could. That's the only, like, for hurricanes, that's what keeps me going during hurricane coverage. Is just literally just looking at satellite for like 8 hours straight. I love satellite. Which we're getting an upgrade. We're getting an upgrade. Ghost 19 goes in effect, I think, someday in April. Early April, we get Ghost 19 instead of Ghost 16 high-resolution satellite. So we're getting an upgrade. We're getting an upgrade on our high-resolution satellite. So sometimes the sun is a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. Sometimes the sun could raise temperatures so high to the point where storms are going to be more elevated. But also, sun is a bad thing as well. It depends on the exact setup. In this case, sun is bad because that sun is going to allow for more surface instability, more cape, and more energy for thunderstorms once the event eventually gets towards V's area in central Indiana. So in this case, sun is bad. But out in North Carolina, our risk in North Carolina in Western NC, where me and Lucky were chasing on Sunday, the sun was actually something that helped underperform our risk because it heated. Those temperatures got so high that our temperature dew point spread was like 2025. It was a very high temperature dew point spread. And so all the storms that formed were just very high based rain showers. I think that was a report of 70-mile-an-hour winds there, right? Yeah. Oh, well, estimated wind report of 70 miles per hour in Goodfield. And see, that's exactly what's going to happen with these threat too. You're getting all this instability to build. Now, if these threat was like North Carolina and storms were already here, then they'd be elevated. They'd be mainly a low wind hail threat, low wind wind threat. But because these threats going to be into the evening hours, those temperatures are going to cool back down. So they're going to cool back down and get those temperature dew point spreads closer, allowing for more surface-based storms. For instance, like this little guy, see the little guy right here? He ain't doing so well. He ain't doing so well. He's struggling right now. He's got pretty much no moisture and too high of temperatures. He's also got absolutely no forcing mechanism and probably pretty much no wind shear too. So he's not having much of a fun time out there near Lebanon. Observed tornado warning still in place for 26 more minutes unless otherwise specified from the National Weather Service. Whoa. Let me get the analysis writer up there. Yeah, that looked a lot more intense on Radar Omega, but wow. You're definitely getting more inbound and outbound winds out here, so that could definitely try to spin up 30 minutes from now. I'm trying to guesstimate when it will be in that best wind shear environment. About 30 minutes, maybe a little bit more than that. But I don't think this will be a notable tornado threat. It could get a spin-up tornado or two out of that as it goes into northeastern Illinois. Rather, northeastern Illinois. Yeah. Yep. So it was in northwestern, now it's in north central, now it's getting towards northeastern. So as it goes into northeast Illinois, it could spin up. What about this thing? Okay, he's not looking too good. That one's not nearly as much wind movement as the one more north. Let's go towards central Illinois, dead central Illinois. Not a lot of rotation on this tornado warning anymore, so that's good. And the storm behind it died out too. I really don't even know why they have this tour possible either, because you know what it is? I know exactly what it is. I just thought of it. It's the 3 Cape and the vorticity. We could just see random land spouts come out of thin air, literally, with any of these storms. So that's why they're keeping them tour possible. That's why they're going to keep them tour possible there. Yeah, not much happening down here either. These storms, I think, will eventually grow upscale as the dry line and cold front come through later on tonight. I think they could eventually grow upscale, potentially produce a tornado near 7 o'clock Eastern as I get into southwestern, south central Indiana. But that's still a good solid hour and a half or so away. Let's see. Did NATOcast update? Or are they back on hiatus? Is back on hiatus. Hasn't updated in over 2 days. I don't think this will spread too far outside of the main risk. We're going to see some thunderstorms form near 7:30, 8 o'clock in Mississippi, but primarily that's just going to be a line of 30 to 50 mile an hour winds. We may be able to see a little areas of rotation in Mississippi, but I don't think they're going to actually be able to properly spin up anything. So what states did you say specifically? Outside of Illinois, so they're already outside of Illinois and Kentucky, but I think those will start going severe as they go into like west central Kentucky towards that 6 o'clock time frame. Rather 6 central, 7 eastern. These storms here are going to start entering western Indiana around 7 o'clock eastern. So 7 eastern is when things will probably start to be a little bit further outside of Illinois, or we'll start seeing warnings outside of Illinois. All right, see you in a bit, V. I will still be here. Unless the storms just all vanish in like 5 minutes. Let's go back to the storm near Chicago. Yeah, just those little green and reds. Just keeping an eye on that. That's what I'm keeping an eye on. But I don't think they're going to pose a strong tornado threat. Nope, no strong tornadoes today. We did have a pretty strong vortice from a weaker tornado. The vortice looked pretty strong on a chaser's feed, but we haven't had like any deep blue CC correlation and coefficient drops. Actually, wait, we did have one, but it wasn't very deep. This one, unwarned, we got down about 58% CC. Didn't get confirmed, but that was our biggest CC drop of the day, and I'm not even too sure if it was actually a unwarned tornado or not. Spectrum width lined up. It went up with height. It was there for 2-3 scans. It lined up with an area of rotation and reflectivity. So, it may have been an unwarned tornado, but I'm still not 100% sure of it. And then after it lifted, it did get tornado warned. After it possibly lifted, because again, I don't know if it was an unwarned tornado. It got tornado warned. Hello, Pete. Welcome to the stream. Dang, Connor. Connor's been moving. It's amazing how fast you can move on an interstate, man. He's gone from Bloomington, and now he's... Holy crap. Wait, is he all the way down here? Holy crap. He covered this whole distance in 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, he covered that whole distance on the interstate. He's a moving. He's really moving. He is not wasting any time getting in front of this storm. Oh, 73 mile an hour report in Allenville. So our wind threat is kind of quite elevated here. That's our second report of 70 or greater mile an hour winds today related to thunderstorms in Illinois. Oh, they did severe that. Look at that. Not tour possible, but they did warn it for 70 mile an hour winds and 0.75 inch hail. And that's the southern storm. That's not the area of velocities I was talking about before. These are the velocities I'm watching. You can see they're still very broad. Very, very broad. No tight velocities, nothing that's very concerning in the near term. But like I mentioned, once those storms move more northeast towards about 5:50, 6 p.m., we may have to start watching for a slightly elevated tornado threat going into the western Chicago metro. Hello, Catman and Random Guy. Glad to see you guys in. Did school just get out? I'm waiting for Caleb to get in here if he's going to tune in, because I think he was under... I know he was under 2 tornado warnings, but I'm not sure if he was in... if he was in school at the time or not. Let's see here. All right. Now we'll see what's next. I think that I'm still well, it ain't even Tor possible anymore. I was gonna say I still think we could see a strong tornado threat out of these storms, but man, they've gone clustered again, y'all. Everything's gone clustered. First, these storms went immediately linear and clustered. Then these storms went clustered. Then these storms went clustered. And now this storm's gone clustered on us. If this keeps happening, we are not going to get even remotely close to a strong tornado threat today. When is peak supposed to start? What, like 7 to 9? I'm thinking. Nah, 6. Like 6 to 9. Or 6 to 8. Right around there. From like 6 to 8 or 6 to 9. That's your peak threat. But I don't know if that's going to verify at all because all these things have gone clustered. They've all gone clustered. Is that no longer observed? Oh, it is still observed for 17 more minutes. Still observed there. CFS. Just a heads up, I'm not going to be live tomorrow. I'm going to take a break tomorrow. To be honest, I may take a 2-day break. Yeah, I think I'm going to take a 2-day break. And then we can just skip all the way until cam models. Unless we see a day 4 or day 3 enhanced, which would be... I'd be shocked. There ain't no way Sunday's going to be a day 4 or day 3 enhanced. Because that setup looks about as... it looks about as bad as a positive tilt in winter. I do think we could see a, whoa. Hold on. Oh, it's still an observed warning. Just wanted to double check with that. I think... I want to check this. I know I'm leaving you on a cliffhanger. I just want to see. Okay, that doesn't agree with what I was about to say. But I think we could see an overnight MCS for Sunday night into Monday morning. But some things don't agree with that. So I'm not fully sold on that. But according to the models, that's what the main threat should be. Tomorrow, we're going to have pretty much no weather other than some rain on the East Coast. Maybe a rumble of thunder if you're unlucky. The next day, we're literally not even going to have any thunderstorms really anywhere. The greatest risk for thunderstorms on day 3, which is... what? Wednesday, Thursday? That's Friday. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was thinking about something. That's going to be the Pacific Northwest as our trough for Sunday pulls in on Friday. I was thinking of something because I may not be able to stream Saturday either. Yeah. Friday, Saturday. I'll try to stream Saturday. I'm sure I don't even think I have to ask this. You guys want a video or stream Saturday? Every time I ask that, I don't think it's been a video once out of all those polls and questions we've done. Yeah. I actually just remembered I have something planned Friday that's going to linger into Saturday. So I think I'll be back. It may be a little later stream on Saturday. It may be closer to like 6:37. It may not be 6 p.m. on the dot because I might be a little late. But I'll try my best to be live Saturday. I mean, these just aren't promising. Like I said, I just feel very bad for everybody who drove out this far for such an underperforming risk. don't get me wrong, it's always great to see a risk underperform and see less strong tornadoes, so not as many people are hurt. But some chasers they've driven for 10 plus hours, and some people have flown for hours to go out here to Illinois, to where we thought what was going to be a semi-discrete strong tornado threat. And it's just turned out to be a hot mess of linear clustered garbage and gust tornadoes. And I don't think any of those gust tornadoes hit anything. I saw them hit fields and crossroads, but I don't remember any of them hitting houses or any of them hitting like animals or anything like that. At least from the videos and photos I've seen. When can expect my threat? When can expect my threat? When can expect my threat? Okay, I was just making sure I read that correct. Took me about 3-4 tries there. When can expect my threat? Let's see. You are under a you're under a threat for cloudy skies this evening. Pretty high risk. You're under about a 98 high risk percent chance for cloudy skies over Tulsa. Your next risk for blue skies, let's see. Yeah, you've got about it looks like you got about a 80% chance high risk for blue skies tomorrow morning. Some isolated blue skies. It doesn't look like it will be very widespread. And then tomorrow afternoon, you've got a 100% chance of clear skies. So yeah, that's quite the threat there. Quite a high threat for Tulsa. Make sure you be careful out there. You've got some sunny skies. Make sure you stay indoors. We don't want to be caught out in the sunshine or touching grass. Gotta stay inside, man. And then Friday, your high risk returns. You got a 100% chance of cloud cover. High risk for cloud cover on Friday. So be careful there too. Actual weather. Let's see. Let's see here. You do have a. It looks like you've got a high risk for a pretty nice sunny day tomorrow afternoon. High risk for about low 60s, upper 50 temperatures. So pretty good weather. That's lucky in a nutshell. Okay, being more real here. Let's see if you're actually going to get any risk for anything severe wise. Got some cape there. Some thunderstorms Saturday night. It's difficult to say if they're going to be severe or whatnot. Probably just end up being rain. Maybe some rumbles of thunder Saturday night. Sunday, it looks like your best chance for anything would be very, very early Sunday. Probably before the 10 a.m. Central Time frame. You will have ingredients in place Sunday morning, but I think it will be capped out, so probably just more rain with some rumbles of thunder. And then that's it. That's it. And then we'll keep an eye towards the end of March, beginning of April. Looks like we're eventually going to see some huge system in the southern U.S. that will cause severe weather, but the time frame of that has jumped around everywhere. We went from March 28th to March 30th to March 31st to April 1st to April 3rd now, so nobody knows exactly when that threat at the end of the month or beginning of next month will happen. We're just keeping an eye on models for it. And we are now tornado warning lists. So there you go. I'm not going to wrap up the stream yet. I still think there's a need to be here. We still have widespread severe storms, so I'm not going to be going anywhere yet. Although I would love to go get me some supper. I'm just going to stay here for a while longer. I'm all good. I'm glad I did go live, though, because we covered, what, like 4 tornadoes? I know I missed the first one, and then as we were live, we had twins. Look at all those reports. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 tornado reports out of just 2 storms. And they were clustered to linear. If they were discrete, that'd make more sense, but that's kind of crazy. 2 new... Wow. It's just windbag mayhem out here. 70 mile an hour winds, 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 and 70 mile an hour winds. Just everything's a windbag. We only have 1 normal severe for 60 mile an hour winds and 0.75 inch hail. So it's just windy. These look horrific. From a chaser perspective, these are go home, call it quits, it's over thunderstorms right here. From a public perspective, this is definitely a good sign. Means the tornado threat is a lot, significantly, considerably lower than it originally expected. We'll keep an eye on this blob. This blob as it moves northeast, as it undergoes a cell merge to the south. Might try something. It might try something here in about 15-20 minutes, right around 6 p.m. But in the short term, within like, in terms of imminent, I should say. In terms of imminent, I really don't see anything very concerning. Rotation-wise. We'll look through in just a bit. And there's another... Oh, wait, nope. That's just a disextension. I thought that was another SIG severe. Still 70 mile an hour winds, 1 inch hail tour possible. How much decape? I will go check the observations. We just got a... Nope. We'll get a new mesoanalysis in about 30 minutes, actually. So we're halfway in between them. Not a lot. Widespread. Looks like you're at widespread 200 to 500. The more south you go, the greater. It looks like the greatest decape is actually along the cold front, further west, not on the dry line. This area in here has about 400 to 500 decape, so not even something that I think is sufficient for a widespread threat for 70 plus mile an hour winds. 500 to 700 decape, that could give you some isolated wind threats up to 70, but widespread like this does surprise me a bit. Now, with the other day, the Pi Day outbreak, March 14th, just about 5 days ago, that had a strong forcing cold front with it that was sharply negatively tilted. This does not have anything remotely as close to that. Definitely not even close to as notable of a forcing mechanism with this one. Yeah, even these rotations, there's still some little areas of velocities, but they're not really anything much more than very broad, very weak, small areas of rotation. Nothing I'm imminently concerned about. We'll keep the Chicago radar site up here. They just don't look good, man. I thought they were going to be able to do a, at least, or rather, not do. I thought they'd at least pose a strong tornado threat here around this time frame. So we'll see. I mean, we still got a good 3 hours left of our prime severe threat. But it's feeling more like a windbag day than a tornado day now. I feel like our main tornado threat is already finished. I think the Wisconsin side one, if you mean like southern Wisconsin, I don't see much happening. Just a lot of lightning, heavy rain, and maybe some winds gusting as high as like 40, 50 miles per hour. Really downtrended it over a lot of the areas. That's because of moisture. Let me get that. What is this? The Louisville? Oh no, this is Evansville. Gimme Paducah, Evansville. Whoa, loud phone. Sheesh. Another one. Eh. They're so clustered. They might try something later once they start to break up more, better moisture, better ingredients. More towards west central Indiana. A little later, probably. Give me just a moment. What time would that be? I'm looking at the Alabama threat for light rain. Oh, geez. I can't do that. Midnight? 11. Okay. 11 p.m. That was my fam in Alabama. Apparently, the winds not associated with thunderstorms are pretty bad. Let's see. That's those in the video yesterday mentioning those contours. That's exactly. Yeah, look at it. Look at that. You've got tight contours in like the a whole region. This whole area here. You've got very tight contours in that whole area. Those greatest wind gusts up to 70 are on the northwest side, but also see if we got any wind reports towards Alabama for winds like 40 or so. Nope. You can see as far south as Little Rock, 59 mile an hour wind gust, but not seeing any in Alabama, Mississippi at the moment. Jeez. I love how I just accumulate like 6 Mesoanalysis tabs within like 5-10 minutes. Put my live stream there. Okay. Now I can see chat easier. The only storm I'm slightly concerned about for a tornado threat at the moment. We'll watch the ones up here in west of Chicago. I think those might have the best chance in the short term. But after that, like, I don't know, give or take 30 minutes from now, because it's probably going to take a bit longer than 15 minutes. These storms here going into west central Indiana. But again, just so clustered, so messy. I don't have high faith in them anymore. They started off discreet and semi-discreet, and then they just haven't really... they've just been really growing upscale towards clustered ever since then. Windy and cold in Tulsa, yep. Sounds about right. I mean, what, your temperatures right now are... Let's see. Probably about low 40s. Maybe as high as mid 40s. Tonight it's going to get very cold, especially tomorrow morning. You're going to get probably freezing temperatures there in Tulsa. And then, what, again? Oh, nope, not again. So just tomorrow morning going to get very cold. And then I know we're going to get a front that comes through that's going to make it chilly too. When's that supposed to be? Oh, it looks like that will stay to the northeast of Tulsa. Okay. Yeah, so really just tonight, a lot of the U.S. is going to be below freezing in the central and into the southern U.S. All the way from Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, down towards central Texas, central Louisiana, central southern Mississippi, central Alabama, central Georgia. It's going to be a big blast of cold air. We'll see what the new GFS has, or not new GFS, my bad. The new HRRR has. We'll see the new Mesoanalysis, and then we have a chance if things don't pick up by that time, which would be, let me go check my stream. We did not start at 6 o'clock. When did we start? Well, there's a tornado warning. We started at like 3:50? Yeah, 3:50. So we might, if nothing pops up, we might consider ending towards 7. We'll see.
Tornado warning for
Oh, hey.
northeastern Coles County
I was
in east
talking about
central
that
Illinois, northern Edgar County in east central Illinois, southeastern Douglas County in east central Illinois, Coles, Douglas, and Edgar County in Illinois.
Yeah, definitely, definitely see why they warned that one. Yep. But I thought that was going to wait until the cell merge completed. Instead, it just didn't. I thought it was going to wait until the cell merge completed in like 30 minutes, but nope. It just decided to try to produce a tornado right now. Yeah, you can see that near Rawdon, Hinesboro as well. So make sure you're in your safe spot, East Central Illinois there. Tornado warning just got issued. A little surprise, actually quite a big surprise to me, because I thought that was going to wait another 30 minutes or so. So that's a tornado warning for almost 8,000 people for 7 schools and 0 hospitals. Oh, I'm going to go ahead and change that scene to a tornado warning. Ooh, let me mute you guys before I play this audio. Almost played copyrighted audios from the Chasers. Yeah, so Connor, he's quite a bit more north in this. He's up here. He's probably just going to try to stick with this storm, I'd imagine. Let's see. Yeah, I just wouldn't go with those storms there. These are just like a no-go. So I would go for this cell here as it finishes a cell merge on the northern side. So I'd try to get towards Danville, maybe east of Danville, Illinois, if I were Connor. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's going to go east all the way towards Danville to get a visual on the storm. I'd do the same thing. Anything happening up here? Nah. Not really. Not really. We've just turned into more of a windbag up here, huh? Not much here either. So we'll just stay with the, I guess, this radar site. I guess we'll just stay with this radar site in Lincoln, Illinois, looking at your tornado warning in east central Illinois. Now we're starting to get the new HRRR here, which is somewhat helpful. It's not really the best. Like I mentioned before, you don't really want to use the HRRR day of, but that's just going to be what we have to do because our storm mode keeps changing. Every 5 seconds, it ends up doing something unexpected. They go from discrete, and then the HRRR is like, yep, you'll stay fully discrete through this event, and then things go linear, and the HRRR still thinks they're discrete, and it just goes all over the place. So we'll see what the new HRRR has, but I'm not going to take it too seriously. Yeah, so I think the greatest tornado threat has actually shifted even more east, believe it or not. I'm thinking the greatest tornado threat's now shifted to here. I don't think we're going to see, we could still see a tornado or two, a tornado warning or two out here, but I think that strong tornado threat is now going to be east of the Illinois border. I think it's going to be closer to this area, the east side of your tornado watch. And probably later too. So we're in for a bit of a wait here as we wait for better information and also just for these storms to get into that better environment to see if they do anything. Thankfully, these cells up in Chicago don't look like they're doing much. Just a windbag. So if you are in the Chicago metro, just keep an eye on this huge area here. That's going to just go through the entire Chicago metro with 40 to 60 mile per hour winds. A brief spin up tornado and some very small hail, around a ½ inch in diameter, could be possible. Main threat definitely winds of 40 to 60 miles an hour. Then again, we do have that tornado warning still in place here. You can see that area of rotation. We don't have any great radars out here in our prime threat for tornadoes today. We've got a nice radar hole right over that primary threat for tornadoes. Good old radar hole. East central Illinois and west central Indiana. And that primary radar hole for the day. And that's where I think our greatest threat for tornadoes will be over the next 3-4 hours. More of the next 2 to 3, I should say, because these storms, they're moving fast, man. They ain't no slow movers here. How fast are they moving? They feel like they're moving very fast. Yeah, 70 miles an hour. That is some fast moving storms right there. That means you got to be on the interstate at all times if you're wanting to keep up with this thing. You ain't gonna be keeping up on no back roads. There goes another big chunk of your tornado watch. So, I mean, they've dropped a huge area of that tornado watch now. They're disextending it very frequently. So there you go. We're already through this whole portion of the risk, which isn't much. It's not much, but that's already part of the 10 sig tour gone that quickly. And I'm not expecting much of a tornado threat north out of any of this. Like I said, could see a spin-up tornado near Chicago, but I'm not expecting much. Oh, yeah, right, HRRR, sure. HRRR wants everything to go crazy at 7 o'clock in 1 hour. It has 4 updraft helicity tracks. I feel like that would be mainly for wind and not actually updraft tracks for tornadoes. Yeah, but comparing the HRRR yesterday at 0Z to what we're seeing now, we were expecting light rain in this area. The main threat for tornadoes at this time, right now, 6 p.m. Eastern, we were thinking we'd have a line of semi-discrete supercells right in here, moving northeastward, with an isolated tornado threat on the southern end. But we were thinking that storms wouldn't be very mature on the southern end, and now it's completely different. We've had a mess of overconvection, a very clustered, now linear line up here on the northern end, and actually our main tornado threat is shifted towards the southern threat there. So just a complete change in the model runs in the last 24 hours, and that's what happens. It happens a lot more frequently than you may think. And here comes a special MCD for those supercells in southern, east central Illinois into west central Indiana. Oh boy. V, I don't know if you are back from supper just yet, but this MCD, I think, is going to include your city. Oh, yep, definitely going to include. All right. Got it. Observed. Caught that in the corner of my eye. I caught that it just turned blue right there. That's not all CC. I gotta see that. Hold on. That's gotta be hail. Right. Holy crap, we've got a... wow. No way. We just had a strong tornado. Look at that. We definitely had a tornado. Probably a strong one over Rardon. I do think some of that is hail. And you can clearly tell that some of that is hail there on the northwest side. But I'm pretty sure somewhere in here... You know what? I will have to do a 4-panel. Nope, that's probably a debris signature right there. You can see this here is hail. See it on ZDR? This is not. That's hail. This is a hail spike here. But this looks like it may not be. I'm assuming this is radar confirmed, right? Yeah, I agree with that. I do think some of that might actually be debris. Can we get that from another radar too, just to confirm if this is actually a strong tornado? Okay. No, we can't. Can we get it from the Indianapolis radar site? Okay, so very clearly, that's your hail spike right there. That is no strong or violent tornado, right? That's obviously hail. But this, on the eastern side of that, that's a little bit tricky here. Do I take that back? I might take back what I just said there. I don't know if this was a strong tornado. It did very much shock me on that newest scan there. That's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. I'm using all 4 radar sites. Because you can easily see here that CC started at the same time of that rotation and as the same time of that hail core. But according to radar, you can see this trail. According to radar, this trail right here was indeed a tornado. And you can see how close that is to the hail core, right? That's like right on the hail core. Very difficult to tell. And that's right where the area of rotation was. And that's right where spectrum width was. And what about ZDR? It's on the edge. That is a difficult call. I'm kind of a little surprised that they confirm that, because it's a very difficult call. I definitely would not have called that a tornado unless they confirmed it, which they did. But that is an extremely difficult call right there. So we may have had, and also, by the way, the reason why I called that a strong tornado is because we're looking high up, right? We're looking 7,000 feet up. So for us to see any type of debris, this is already strong. So that's why I was saying a strong tornado. We did just get a new warning up for Chicago.
Tornado warning for Central Will County in northeastern Illinois, Will County in Illinois.
And that might be another strong tornado that is possible here at any given moment. We might have another imminent strong tornado right here over Preston Heights, going towards Cherry Hill and Marley. That's going to go right into the southern Chicago suburbs. Okay, that looks like it just did a meso handoff. Looks like it just did a meso handoff. You see that? See how this area of rotation died out on the next frame? And now we've got a new area already forming. So we may have just had not a strong tornado, but a tornado very close to Preston Heights. If that continued to increase, it may have ended up being a strong tornado, but it looks like it's doing a meso handoff now. So I think that, I mean, that's pretty good rotation. You're looking at probably about 80, 90 mile an hour rotation right there. So that's pretty good rotation. Could have produced quite the tornado over Preston Heights. And now it looks like we're getting a new area of rotation south of that area of rotation that's now dying out. And that's going to be just east of Preston Heights. This worries me because, like I mentioned, in order for us to see debris, this has got to be a strong tornado right away. I want to get a new radar open. There's been some pretty difficult calls today. I ain't gonna lie. We've had some slightly difficult calls. Yeah, see, that's very obvious hail contamination there. And even that almost looks like hail, too. But you can see, radar says that's a tornado. I don't know. I don't know, Ben. It's too far. It's too far from the radar. I can't even tell you for sure if it's a tornado. If it is a tornado, it was likely an intense tornado. Lofting debris over, potentially over 10,000 feet up. But that's the thing. I'm skeptical. See, that looks like hail. That's definitely hail right there from this radar. So I'm very skeptical. Either way, it looks like we had a tornado ongoing here in Oakland, maybe even a strong to intense tornado. And then back up in Chicago, it looks like we had a pretty brief tornado that may have been, yeah, look at that. Almost 100 mile an hour rotation there. That may have also been a brief potential strong tornado there as well. You can see the ZDR also right there on the second tilt. And you've got Spectrum with yeah, that looks like it was a tornado there. But just saying exactly how strong would be nearly impossible because it's right on top of the radar site. Yeah, there you go. You can see debris with height. So that probably was a that was probably a tornado there over Preston Heights, unwarned for just a minute or two. And now we've got a new area of rotation, which looks significantly weaker significantly weaker. That's going to head towards Frankfurt and Arbor Hills in the southwest metro of Chicago. I'm very skeptical of this. I apologize if me calling this a strong tornado may have been a little bit too over the top. I get like that sometimes when I see CC. But it's just a difficult call. Normally I try not to jump like that, but for some reason I did. It's a little tricky to say. It is. I pulled out the 14-year-old weather weenie and just called the CC a strong tornado. I should have went through my checklist, but considering the National Weather Service themselves confirmed that's a tornado, that's what made me like, when I saw that, I was like, whoa, is that a strong tornado? Because it was already observed. It's still observed. I hope it wasn't, because if it was pretty strong. I'm really hoping that was just hail. But yeah, this is officially a tornado outbreak now, with likely around 10 tornadoes. So we've officially had a tornado outbreak today. Potentially, from what I've seen, potentially 2 strong tornadoes. I haven't seen anything, unless we count this. This one is, I'm questioning. Let's see here. I'd love to see a video of this storm, because I'm not sold on that being a complete tornado there. They did observe it though for a reason. And again, if we look at our probability of debris and we portray it like this, that's a very clear trail. Very, very clear trail, right? Of a possible tornado. Very, very clear trail. So that's why I'm iffy. And if that's correct, we definitely had a strong to intense tornado here. If that's correct, that was a strong to intense tornado lofting debris at or above 8,000 feet. Potentially as high up as 12,000. But there's also the chance that that was just hail. All 4 radar sites that I used showed that CC being hail or a tornado. They're all like 50-50. Sorry, Brooklyn. What'd you say about Chicago? Oh, for tomorrow, yeah. I mean, today, right now, they're going to get a pretty good wind bag in the southern side of Chicago. And we could see a tornado. But most likely, everything's going to end up being fine. That's normally how it is. Even if we manage to see a tornado touchdown, it's probably not going to be like a long-tracked, strong one or anything. So that's what caused this to drop a tornado over Preston Heights. It was a cell merge. You can see it started way back here in Mason, moved north, merged with the thunderstorm, and then potentially produced a tornado right there. Right there, potentially produced a tornado. Maybe a strong tornado. I say that because velocities were around 100. And then for the other one out here, I'm sorry, I'm going to keep coming back to this one because I want to know if I was correct or not. If this was a tornado, it was probably strong to intense because it potentially lifted debris around 8,000 feet up. But again, I'm just not sold on that. I would love to just see a picture or video of it. The National Weather Service observed it. They did observe it. Over Oakland, too. And that's exactly where that CC was. Such a terribly difficult call, man. They said it was on the ground, so I'm just gonna go with I'm correct, and that was a tornado. Because they said it was, so I guess I'll just say it was too, going right over Oakland. But I hope that's not right. Because like I said, if it is, that was a strong one. Again, obviously, that's hail. Very obvious hail right there. You can see the rotation. And this is looking from about 9,000 feet up. You can see that possible debris signature there. I'm just not sold on it, but then again, I'm confident that in the National Weather Service being right too. But hopefully it wasn't a tornado. Hopefully it wasn't. Either way, though, these storms are going to try to redevelop and produce tornadoes as they go into west central Indiana. So, V, you're in Indianapolis. You're about to be put under a new tornado watch. You're in this special red MCD here. This is a special MCD for a strong tornado or two that was recently issued. I don't think I had time to read that discussion to you guys because we jumped right into that two potential strong tornadoes. So the greatest tornado risk in the short term appears to be over the eastern extent of the watch issuance over eastern Illinois and western Indiana. Scroll down here, a new watch and or a watch extension will likely be needed into Indiana over the next couple hours. And that's where we're going to have better instability as well as better dew points getting into that area. So still thinking that's where we're going to have our greatest tornado threat, but hopefully just this clustered mode prevents that a bit more. So we definitely had a tornado outbreak today, likely around 10 tornadoes already. Potentially one or two strong. It's really impossible to tell for both of those because one was like almost on top of the radar, and the other one was 8,000 feet up into the atmosphere on radar and way too far away. I wouldn't be shocked to see an area of rotation really get its act together out here further south either. Looks like that's already trying to get its act together. That's well south of the Chicago Metro. That's going into, like, eventually that's going to go towards, like, Willowbrook in Illinois. So keep an eye on all these little embedded areas. I talked about this towards 6 o'clock. I said towards 6 o'clock, once these storms get in northeast Illinois near Chicago, they'd get into that better wind shear and potentially produce tornadoes. And it looks like we had at least one tornado, possibly strong, out of this storm. And then we also had the possible strong tornado, likely a tornado, possibly strong, in... What was the town name? Was it? It was Oak something. What was it called? Oakland. East Central Illinois. Okay, they did go ahead and put a Tor possible tag on that far southern storm, too. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if a tornado warning comes through at any given second for this area going towards Monty, Chicago Heights. So this is still in the southern suburbs of Chicago. That could produce an imminent tornado here shortly. So wouldn't be surprised to see a new warning come out for that. I'm trying to see if anybody else was talking about that Oakland storm. See if anyone else thinks that was just hail and not actually a tornado. Or if somebody thinks that was a tornado. Potentially a strong one. But I'm not seeing much on Twitter. See what the rest of the HRRR has. Okay. Just gonna keep an eye on those velocities. I mean, look, they're pretty strong. They could definitely produce an imminent tornado here shortly. Go to that current scan. It looks like they're probably going to let this go ahead and just expire because the area of rotation and possible tornado died out thanks to a cell merge. However, that may change shortly again. Both of these are undergoing cell mergers right now. Both of these are undergoing cell mergers in East Central Illinois, and they're both aimed to go up into Western Indiana. They'll be in Western Indiana here within the hour. Now we're going to go look back towards Chicago, northeastern Illinois. You can see we've got primarily like 3 areas of rotation, little one here, and then a pretty good one down here on the southern suburbs of Chicago. And we'll see if they end up tornado warning that far southern one. Currently, it is not tornado warned. That might change on the next scan here. We'll see what the next scan has to say. Let's see. We got a hurricane over the central U.S. right now. Seems like that's what people are saying. There's a lot of widespread damaging wind reports as high as 80 miles per hour, non-associated with thunderstorms. So it does seem like we've got a weak hurricane over the U.S. And now another area of rotation starting to form even further south. So we've now we've got 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 areas of rotation embedded inside this line, barely on the southern side and also south of Chicago. We're now at just a normal tornado warning. That confirmed tornado warning did expire. I'd really be interested. Either that was a strong tornado or it was just hail. So I'm really interested to see what the surveys have to say once they go and survey that tomorrow or the day after. Because that was a tricky call. A little surprised they don't have a tornado warning out for the southern storm, to be honest with you. I think they would have already had a tornado warning out for this area by now. Because these tiny little areas of rotation along a line, I mean, they can produce tornadoes in seconds. And even go undetected on radar. In terms of CC. I tell you, these suckers are flying, man. Look at them. This is what, the last hour and a half? No, the last hour and 10 minutes. This whole loop is an hour and 10 minutes. These things are hauling. They are hauling, man. Wasting no time. What county is that? That's this one. Okay. Whoa. That's probably not actually an area of rotation there. Didn't think so. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this storm too as it moves northeast. A lot of these storms could produce areas of rotation and eventual tornadoes here soon. So we're just going to need to keep a really close eye on them. I don't see any CC drops here south of Chicago, so that's good. Definitely was worth the 10 sig tour and not the 2% that they had earlier yesterday. We're up to 9 severes, 1, 2, 3 of which are significant. I think we are now at no tornado warnings again. That's probably going to change very shortly. But yeah, I mean, we had a tornado outbreak today, for sure. Just really interested to know exactly which one of those CCs, or rather if that CC was a tornado or not, near Oakland in east central Illinois earlier. That's what I'm really, really, really wanting to know. Is that any ZDR there? Okay. Spectrum width? Not enough for me to say that's on the ground, but definitely going to keep an eye on that. Just keep an eye on that little area. Very low precipitation possible hook there. And that's going to be going to the northeast like this, so we'll need to watch that a little. Still quite surprised we ain't got tornado warnings on these cells here. I mean, we've got 3 pretty good areas of rotation. 3 to 4 pretty good areas of rotation here. And they just let the tornado warning on that far northern one expire, so a little surprised we don't have at least 1 tornado warning on one of these. None of them are very obvious CCs yet. They're very little CCs that I can't tell if they're on the ground or not. Radar, as you can see here, doesn't have any of them on the ground. Detroit, Michigan, just some general thunderstorms late tonight. Probably just rain with some isolated rumbles of thunder towards midnight Eastern, 11 p.m. Central. You are in a marginal risk level 1 out of 5, but it doesn't seem like you're going to get a whole lot out there. Oh, and also thank you for renewing your EF2 membership now for 4 months. I appreciate it. Looks like Connor's going to be in Georgetown, Illinois. That's south. Let's go over to the Indianapolis radar site, maybe. That would... No. Not really. He's somewhere in here. Where are you? He's up here. Yeah, he's in Georgetown. Or barely north of Georgetown in east central Illinois. Now, the tricky one is which one do you go for? Would you go for the northern storm or the southern storm? That's tricky. Because right now, I would be in, like... I'd be right where Connor is. Georgetown or Covington, one or the other. And would you drop south here to get on the southern storm, or do you stay towards Covington with that northern storm? I don't know which one's got the better chance to produce. I think they really both have an equal chance to produce here. Welcome, Leon, and welcome back, Legacy. Ooh. Interesting MCD. Western Kentucky. Very gradual deepening convection, cooling cloud top temperatures, and occasional lightning have all been noted over the past 30 minutes to an hour across the lower Ohio Valley in western Kentucky. Despite the slow convective evolution thus far, a combination of steadily improving lower level moisture in the form of mid-50 dew points, as well as a deep layer ascent within the left exit region of the mid-level trough, should increase storm coverage over Kentucky over the next 1 to 2 hours. Severe wind gusts around 60 miles per hour and tornadoes will remain the primary hazards. I agree with that. go back up to Chicago again. Just very surprised we don't have a tornado warning on these things. Look at that. You can see an LP hook. I wouldn't be shocked if that's on the ground and CC's just not being lofted yet. There's no debris yet. Oh, come on. You've got to warn that. That's a fat hook now. There ain't no way that sucker don't get tornado warned. That's like as obvious as you get. As long as these velocity scans don't completely dissipate, there's no reason for there not to be a tornado warning in just a couple minutes. Wait for this and now. Still there. A very, very obvious hook. I don't think it's imminently producing a tornado, but it wouldn't have surprised me if it touched down briefly somewhere between just east of Lincoln Estates and just southwest of sunny Crest in Illinois. Wouldn't be surprised if we had a tornado somewhere in there. Would not shock me. I don't see any big... Oh, here it comes. I don't see any big notable CC, but there is definitely some suspicious CC. Yeah, yeah, I was gonna say, you can't ignore that for much longer, man. You got 3 areas of rotation.
Tornado warning for southeastern Will County in northeastern Illinois, southeastern Cook County in northeastern Illinois, northwestern Lake County in northwestern Indiana, Cook and Will County in Illinois, Lake County in Indiana.
Good job. Good job, National Weather Service in Chicago. Finally got that tornado warning on there. Again, wouldn't have surprised me if it produced a tornado before this warning got issued. So we'll see. The NWS will survey those areas later. I think the one I'm most interested in for survey is just that southern one. I'm still thinking of it. I'm still thinking of it because that was a pretty good CC, and I'm wondering if it was hail or a tornado, because the National Weather Service said it was a tornado, but then it also looked like hail, and it also looked like a tornado. I was in, what was it, Oakland? It was in Oakland. Yep, Oakland. I gotta try to remember that name so when that survey comes out, I can see what they say. So, new tornado warning, as you just recently heard out here. It's going to be in far northeastern Illinois, just to the south of Chicago, extreme northwestern Indiana, also included in that tornado warning. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Any of these 3 areas of rotation could very easily and very rapidly spin up tornado. I don't think it would be a strong tornado threat here, but we definitely could see one or more tornadoes spin up out of this tornado warning here. We'll wait for that next scan, hopefully in 3 minutes, or rather in 2 seconds. Looks like it's going to be a little bit longer. They're doing scans about every 3 minutes, so our next one should be... Okay, we got a hot minute. Let's go look at something else. Probably about 2 to 3 minutes, actually. I'm sure eventually one of these clusters are going to end up turning into a tornadic cell. And this storm's probably going to be tornadic here in about 30 minutes. I'm just a little amazed how fast these suckers are moving. I mean, they're wasting no time at all. They've gone through like the whole state of Illinois in like 4 hours. I mean, let's see. The whole state of Illinois. They entered Illinois at 2:32. So from 2:32, it's 6:32. Exactly 4 hours. In exactly 4 hours, they've gone through the entire state of Illinois. That's crazy. It's literally been on the dot of of 4 hours. My goodness. Couldn't English for a second. On the dot of 4 hours. Okay, good news is that northern hook did occlude. You can see that hook was their last scan, and it's now gone. This one never really looked the best to begin with. It's still somewhat there. And then the southern one is also somewhat there. About to get a cell merge here. So we'll still monitor that tornado warning. See what it looks like later on here. On the next scan. After every scan, I want another scan. That's how it is. I see one scan and then I'm immediately ready for the next one. All right, let's go back down south again. I don't see any imminent tornado threat out of this, but I'm very confident that in about 30 minutes it will uptick. Central Indiana, probably about an hour and a half or so. Say about 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Most of Central Indiana will be getting severe weather between 7:30 and 9:30 Eastern time. It depends exactly where you are. Like Indianapolis, Indiana, that area is gonna be hit at like, from what it looks like, should be hit about 8:30. But if you're a little bit west in Central Indiana, say like the Brainbridge area or in between Brainbridge, Danville, then that's going to be closer to like 7:38 Eastern. Yep. Once these pass you, you're done for the night. There is more storms developing here. For some reason, we just got a random amount of storms to develop out here. Those may pose a very low wind severe risk, but no tornado risk or anything. So you could still get very unlucky and end up with a rain shower after these storms. But generally, let me clear this up a bit. Generally, once you are behind this line right here, you are good to go for severe weather. I just noticed, does this not look like a heart? The tornado probabilities look like a heart. Especially the 5%. It looks like a heart. I drew that almost exactly how the probabilities look like. If you think of that all day, that's just what I just noticed that once I zoomed out a little bit more. Valentine's Day was like a month ago. You missed it. You missed it, weather. It's like what? Like a month and 4 days ago, a month and 5 days ago, something like that. It looks like this is about to turn into a big windbag. You see this? It looks like it's turning into a big old windbag. So we could still see a spin-up tornado in this area here as it moves eastward. But most of this is going to end up just being a big old damaging windbag. Winds anywhere from 30 to 60 miles per hour, maybe even an isolated gust of 70, especially where those areas of rotation may be, because that's going to be right where the storms start to bow out more. So over the last like 3 frames, we lost all areas of rotation here. And we've actually gained a little area of rotation further south now, south of Grant Park in northeastern Illinois. Wow, we actually did get a severe thunderstorm warning off of that. Looky there. We got a severe warning for this storm here. You'll see it pop up in just a minute. I'll just wait here until it starts to appear. All right, I'll check the top very quickly then. Yeah, there's not a lot of ingredients, Ben. We don't have like there's like literally if you go look at Mesoanalysis, I nearly guarantee you it's gonna be like mid 30 dew points up here. There's like no moisture past Chicago. There's that severe. Should be pretty low end. Yeah, no inch hail. No inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Here comes another warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Kankakee County in northeastern Illinois, northeastern Iroquois County in east central Illinois, northwestern Newton County in northwestern Indiana, southwestern Lake County in northwestern Indiana, Iroquois and Kankakee County in Illinois, Lake, and Newton County in Indiana.
Weatherwise is by far the best site. I'll give you a link. I meant to fix it. I gotta fix the Nightbot. It still does Attic Radar, which Attic Radar is still good, but Weatherwise is updating a lot more than them. So right now, Weatherwise is by far the best free radar site. There's a paid version on phone, but that's not yet available on desktop. So you still get a lot of features that are normally paid for free on Weatherwise, but they're starting paid subscriptions, which is, you know, that's very understandable. It's difficult to keep something free forever. Unless you have another way of being supported. For instance, if they have like a Patreon and that's where people could donate to keep it open or something. But it's not that bad of a subscription. It's like $7 a month, which isn't as bad as like Radar Omega, which I think is like $14.99 a month. So not as bad as Radar Omega, and then definitely not as bad as like WSV3, which is like near $30 a month. Peoria actually had 3 tornadoes. There was 2 to the west and then 1 to the southwest of Peoria. In Illinois. We went live with twins on the ground. Yes, Caleb lives there. I'm still waiting to hear from him. I don't know anything about him. I know where he lives, but I don't know like exactly where he lives or what happened or if he got hit. So it looks like your cold fronts just randomly decided to spark up thunderstorms. So you can see your low is now in here. Occluded front up into here. Cold front here. Dry line here. Warm front continues up this way. So there you go. Your cold front, for some reason, is now deciding to spark up a bunch of thunderstorms in an area that's not favorable for severe weather. Specifically on the like the central portion, in the central portion of Illinois. Gonna keep an eye on these little areas that are spinning here. Near the Beaver, is that really it? Beaverville? I guess that's Beaverville. Beaverville in northeastern Illinois. But I don't see any crazy strong areas of rotation. Nothing that I think could produce any strong tornadoes. We could still, of course, see a brief spin-up tornado somewhere in this line here. There is a little bit more of an eye-catching feature up here. A little bit more of an eye-catching feature. You see that little indent? We talk about that indent a lot. Every time there's a line involved with good ingredients, we talk about that indent. And that allows for inflow to wrap around the storm. And you already have outbound winds that because your line's obviously bowing. So you already have those strong outbound winds. And then once you get a little indent here, that allows your winds are going up, 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 and then they hit that indent, and then boom, they start to rotate. because your outbound winds are continuing at that indent. So that allows an area of rotation to begin right in here. Right in here. And sometimes it could be a very strong area of rotation. Other times it's extremely weak and barely does a thing. So we'll just keep an eye on it and see if that does intensify further. And there's a upgraded severe. They did have that at 60. Now they've upgraded that to a large 70 mile per hour severe, as well as 1-inch hail and tornado possible tag. Ben, unfortunately, that is not a book in Vortex. That is actually not a book in Vortex. A book in Vortex is a different situation. If we had an area of rotation over here, that would be a book in Vortex. Typically, that happens on the northern edge of a line, or something similar to that, to where inflow is cut off on the north side. Normally, I think it's like with an embedded cell, partially. Like you have a big cell that's up here, and then you have your line that's down here. And so your inflow hits that line on the northern side, and it can't pass that line. So instead, it feeds into the northern side of that line, and then that tries to form a bookend vortex like this. But we do not have a bookend vortex. Let's see here. It could be called an MCV depending on how big it is. MCVs are typically longer tracked with more of a derecho or a huge QLCS line. The explanation I just said was more of a bookend vortex, but yeah, they can be considered MCVs too, which is a mesoconvecutive vortex. But typically those are bigger. MCVs are typically a lot bigger than a bookend vortex. Still got that little indent there, but like I was mentioning, I mean, it really just depends. It doesn't look like we're going to see a strong area rotation there. But we'll still watch it. That's a hail spike. That's what that's called. And that's what made the cell in Oakland so difficult to tell if it was a tornado or not. Until the National Weather Service, they flopped a confirmed tag on it. I was like, what? Then it looked like a strong tornado instead of a hail spike. Still, yep, still thinking of that one. Because it's got me a little puzzled. I'm still wondering if it was a tornado or not. But it looks like we could be getting little areas of rotation here. Those will go towards the Lake Village, northwest Indiana. Let's go back down to west central Indiana. Just briefly. Ooh. Not looking too shabby on the northern storm here. A big old mesocyclone trying to form on the hail core here. That's a very interesting spot. That's a very interesting spot. I'm not sure what that's going to do tornadic-wise, or if it's even going to be able to produce anything remotely close to rotation, but there's some velocities up there that may be very broad, weak. Very broad and weak area of rotation. Hard to say. That's not really the best spot for a tornado. Honestly, V, these are looking pretty dang good. If you're still watching V, they are outflow dominant. They are outflow dominant. No signs of rotation. So they're looking pretty good. These would be the storms that head up your way. This one's moving right for you. Literally. That one's got your name on it. It's going right for you. And they're really just big wind. They're just embedded wind bags with some small hail at the moment. There's no solid tornado threat yet. which that has an opportunity to just continue. 7 o'clock is when our, I think our peak is like 7 to 8. That's our absolute peak. Where's that going to be?
Tornado warning for
Freaking spoke
northeastern
too soon.
Vigo County in west central Indiana, northwestern Clay County in west central Indiana, south central Park County in west central Indiana, Clay, Park, and Vigo County in Indiana.
Well, now there's an observed warning on that storm, V. Now there's a confirmed tornado on it. That is like right over Girl Dev too, so hopefully that didn't hit Girl Dev. I know she lives like right here. I just don't know exactly where. That's 60,000 plus people. Let's see, what is this confirmed by? Weather spotters. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet it is just a gust tornado? That's the smallest little area of circulation ever. And here comes another one.
Tornado warning for northern Fountain County in
I
west
spoke
central
way too
Indiana,
soon.
central Warren County in west central Indiana, Fountain, and Warren County in Indiana.
There's another one. Dang it, I doggone jinxed ya. Well, that was a little bit more expected because that did have a weak area of rotation. But there's another tornado warning now. That's for Williamsport, so I'll keep an eye on that one too. I want to go see if there's any chasers who are live on that cell. The observed one. Let's see. Yep, I'm good for jinxing people. Ooh, what's that? Ain't nobody told me freaking Twisted OG. I just got a notification of Twisted OG on Roblox. Nobody told me that was coming out. There's a trailer for it. Shoot. I'll have to watch that later. Alright, back to what I was looking at. Let me go look at these chasers. Okay, well, he's in the middle of them, but he's not actually in the storm. He's in between the two storms. That's not him. Weed Whacker? Where's the Weed Whacker? Did Weed Whacker go on this one? Nope, he ain't screaming Wedge Tornado, so I guess he don't see nothing. Let's see, this dude, probably not. Oh, no, he fell behind the line. That's like the last thing you want to do. Oh, he might not be able to catch up. Relatable. Fell behind the line twice in North Carolina. Could not keep up. You think you can until you realize that freaking Virginia, nobody in the state of Virginia knows how to drive. That includes me. Then you're like, well, shoot, now we're going freaking 30 miles per hour and a speed limit that is 70 on the interstate. And the line's moving at 65, so it's impossible to catch up. I don't see any of the chasers that I follow. None of them are on this storm. There's one more here, but I doubt he's on it. Oh. Well, I guess his stream's done. I must have clicked on it right when he finished. Okay. A 70-mile-an-hour wind gust reported there. Well, with 60 to 70. There's a big difference between 60 and 70 now, okay? 60 is considered a severe storm. 70 is considered a significant severe storm. So, estimated between a normal severe and a significant severe storm. Big difference there. What is that? What the heck is that? What is that source? What is that? Is that like a Mesonet name? Coco Raw. What is that? Coco Raws? What is that? Is that a type of food? What is that? I don't know what that is. I gotta go look that up. Coco Raws weather. Oh, it's a weather station. It's a weather station. It is. It's a weather station. Let me go see this one. Yep, it's a weather station. Unfortunately, it is not hot chocolate. I had no idea what that was, man. I think that's the first time I've ever seen something reported by that. Normally it just says like Mesonet or weather station. It's difficult for me to watch IndyCar, Ben, but shoot, if I could, I think I would. I'm always NASCAR. I've always been a NASCAR person. Ever since I found out NASCAR was a thing, that's been my sport. I don't know. I just even if it's just them going in circles and they don't wreck once, I'll always be a NASCAR person. Hopefully. F1 gets too spaced out and it's not a lot of beating and banging. There's only so much beating and banging you can do in F1 before your tire goes flying off into the fence. So for NASCAR, they can beat and bang pretty much all they want, and then eventually one of them goes spinning. It looks like they've decided to go with a severe thunderstorm watch for you instead of a tornado watch. I just got that notification. So a severe watch as opposed to tornado watch has actually been issued going into central Indiana. So that's actually going to warrant us to probably conclude sooner as opposed to later. Um, I love the crashes, but man, when there's a bad crash, my heart drops. Oh my word. There's been a few crashes, especially last year, where my heart just, instead of dropping, it just skips beats. Because I never wish for any of them to be injured. I like the crashes, but I hate the injuries and everything else revolving around the crashes. I get very worried. So I love crashes, but I also absolutely hate them at the same time. I feel like that's like everybody who watches NASCAR, though. You love and hate crashes. Nope, V, you're not gonna get under a tornado watch. That is a fat severe watch. Jeez, that's a biggins. That's a biggins. That's the size of like one and a half of our tornado watches. Look at that thing. It's a huge severe watch. Almost the whole state of Indiana inside of that thing. Oh man, that's where TRG lives, right there in Madison. The one area that literally has a severe watch to their north, then a tornado watch to their south, and they're just left all alone. That's where I live. That's my luck right there. Yeah, so Cincinnati, Dayton, Sydney, Ottawa. I mean, that's a big watch. Columbus is not in that. I don't think Columbus is going to get in a watch. I don't think Columbus will get in a watch because that's in the marginal. I'm surprised the watch even goes out that far. I mean, some of that marginal is inside of a watch. But I don't think Columbus will get inside a watch. I'm a little surprised they went with a severe on this. 2005. Wow. Wow, that's pretty dang low. Not gonna lie, pretty surprised. I was like 99% sure that was gonna be a tornado watch. Also, where this is bowing out, I wouldn't be shocked if we have an isolated gust up to 80 miles per hour here. And this is going into Chesterton in northwestern Indiana. Just that the very strong bowing here, very strong bowing outflow dominant winds could easily cause up to 80-mile-an-hour winds. And thankfully, the tornado threat with this bowing out area, if you look at this, see the indent? The indent is actually over one of the Great Lakes here, right here. Crap, I don't know my Great Lakes. Is that great? Is that Lake Michigan? I forgot my Great Lakes. Let's see. I know that this is Lake Erie because that's where all the lake effect happens. I think this is Lake Michigan. Uh, I think this is Lake something with an H. Okay, this is Lake Superior. I'll look at it. Yeah, this is Lake Superior. Lake Ontario. That's a great lake. I didn't even know that was. I've forgotten, man. I've forgotten. I ain't gonna act like I remembered. I just knew Michigan, Erie, and then Huron. And then like I guess that's Lake Ontario, and then there's also Lake Superior. There's five. Okay. I knew these three. These were the three I knew. Michigan, Huron, Erie. And then Superior, and then Ontario. I can remember that. I can remember that. I can remember that. Why? Because, oh, well, that's going to get me a little confused, though. See, because now, why ain't this one called Ontario? Why this one called Ontario? Because this is Ontario, so why aren't they both Lake Ontario 1 and Ontario 2? So now I'm going to get confused, because I'm going to think this is Lake Ontario. Doggone confuse me. I don't think this is observed anymore. Radar indicated, radar indicated. Okay, yeah, let's go to radar indicated. Oh, good one, Ben. Lake Erie because of Pennsylvania. Erie. And then that's Toronto. Ah, there you go. I can remember that. I got it. I got it thanks to Ben. Lake Michigan, obviously, because it's near Lake Michigan. Lake Huron, Lake Erie, and Lake Lake Ontario, right? Yeah, Lake Ontario, and then obviously Lake Superior. That doesn't sound right. Lake Superior. I guess that is. Learning about Great Lakes live on a weather stream. Oh man, it's been a long time since I've learned those. I've just forgotten. At least I know all my 50 states. Okay, that's most than like half the U.S. probably. I can name every last single state in the U.S. Booyah. You'll be surprised how many people can't do that. I would be dumb if it wasn't for weather, y'all. Weather has kept me somewhat sharp. Weather has honestly kept me pretty sharp in terms of just knowledge. Because it requires you to know so much about just weather as a whole. It's math, it's chemistry, it's geography, it's geometry, it's trigonometry, it's algebra. Weather's freaking all the math and science I need to know. If it wasn't for it, I'd probably be stupid. Let's see. Just these 2 tornado warnings left, and honestly, I'm not very impressed by them. So, something's happened in our atmosphere out here. To the point where it is not even living up to the SPC's expectations, because they were talking about 1 or 2 strong tornadoes out here. I'm gonna throw a wild guess and probably say 3 Cape. That would be my guess here. Either that or lower level jet. Let's see. Can I even look at the 3 Cape? Where the heck is the 3 Cape? Three Cape. Oh, right here. Yeah, 100. 103 Cape. 103 Cape. No, you're at 64 over 50. Is that 58? 57. It's hard to tell because it's actively inside a thunderstorm. So no, it's not elevated. You've got a 10 less temperature dew point spread. When the heck did those storms get there? When did these get here? Oh yeah, they're moving really, really quick. Not much rotation with them. Well, hold on. My velocities are 3 minutes behind. There you go. Okay, yeah, not much rotation with them. Just some generalized thunderstorm, 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1.75-inch hail. On the northern one, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and 1 inch hail on the southern one. Moving northeast at 45 hot. Yeah, no, these suckers are probably moving at like almost friggin' 80. These guys are not moving at no 45. They hauling. They are hauling. Wind's coming in now. How do these storms look coming my way? I think it's hitting here soon. Those are probably non-thunderstorm winds at the moment. The main line is right here, and that's still a good hour or so away from you. So you're still good. For now. Nah, I'm just kidding. You'll be good. Just make sure you stay weather aware. Let's see here. What is the H triple? The H triple R just... The new H triple R just doesn't have this storm here. Like, what? The H triple R just doesn't have this storm here. Yep. And that's supposed to be our best model run, and it just initiated without our main storm even being present. 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a torpos tag. V, I'm really losing faith in these things being that tornadic. Like, we could still see a spin-up weak tornado, but honestly, if something's gone wrong in the environment, I can't quite tell you what. Oh, is it really just... No, that's good. I thought they were escaping the instability, but no, that's literally fine. 750 cape is enough. I don't know what's wrong with them storms, man. Photograph good, environment good, skew T, temperature dew point spread is good. I mean, moisture's on the low end, of course, like 57 to 59, but... Why so late? Because storms are going to be over here at 1 a.m. V. They're going to be way over here. You know what, Sam? It might just simply be storm mode. It might just simply be the fact that they're a little bit more clustered. So, unfortunately, V, for some reason, our cold fronts decided to fire, so actually, this line is now the line you got to get past. But I have some fantastic news for you. There ain't no way these suckers survive. There ain't no way they survive all the way till your house. Because these storms have sucked up like every last little bit of instability. So there is no shot that these storms on the cold front are going to be much more than a low-end wind threat. Yeah, they could try to rotate in the next 2 hours up till like 8 out here. That's 1 hour, actually. Yeah, so they may be able to rotate for the next hour or two, but... yeah, I don't think they're going to do much. Yeah, you could already see they're trying to rotate a bit. But I don't think these are going to be a big threat for severe weather. Oh my goodness, I didn't mean to zoom out that much. So this is your main line, V. Main line here. Once that passes, you're pretty much good to go. There's still a chance for some isolated severe storms later on, but they will be very weak, and look where they're going. If you follow this storm mode, they're probably going to go off to your north. So you're like, give or take here. and they'll go off to your north. So once these storms pass 9 p.m. Eastern, they'll probably be completely to your east. So looks like 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. local time, you'll probably be good. Yeah, around 8. Yep. I think you'll be good to go to bed. I think you'll be good to go. Yeah, see, you can see these are producing mainly winds up here on that cold front. It's freaking storms everywhere. How many severes do we have? 12. Yeah, it feels like it too. I feel like every single storm's severe warned out here. There's just not enough wind shear down here. I'm not concerned about these being a good tornado threat. I really don't know why the SPC went such a good prob on these cells. I don't have faith in them. If we look at that watch again, they went 50-20. So that's a moderate. I was expecting a 40-20 or maybe even a 30-10. I mean, these just they don't look like they're going to be tornadic at all. I do think these may eventually try to become tornadic as they move into south central Indiana, where the environment's a little more favorable, but not too confident in that. Today did not underperform Rockets. I'm not sure why you're saying that. If we go by probabilities, 30% plus 20%, even though this isn't how you're supposed to do it, plus 5%. That's 55%. So if we go by just watches alone, technically there was a 55% chance that somewhere in this whole risk area, there is a 55% chance we see a tornado. That is an intense, or rather a strong EF2 plus tornado. But that's not exactly how it works. Because then you're just adding up, on higher end days, it would be crazier, way crazier. But generally, we were expecting the possibility of one tornado, one strong tornado, I mean. We were looking at multiple tornadoes, one, maybe two strong. Let's see. Well, how about this, Rockets? Let's see. Let's go off the SPC. SPC day one outlook. A few tornadoes possible. A few tornadoes, large hail damaging winds possible. They don't even say strong tornadoes possible, and they don't even say likely. They say a few tornadoes and then large hail damaging winds possible. I could go down here. Maybe they say a strong tornado possible somewhere in here. Given the conditional risk. Conditional risk. Conditional risk. So they are saying it is a conditional risk for a strong tornado or two. And we may have seen one or two. We may have seen a strong tornado just south of the Chicago radar site. And we may have seen a strong tornado over, was it Oakland, I think it was? But we got to wait for the National Weather Service to survey those areas. And the event's also going to keep going here, too. So in my opinion, about 10 tornadoes, potentially one or two strong. I think that is a perfectly verified 10 sig tour, in my opinion. Now, if you were going off of some other sites that said a long-tracked violent tornado possible, yeah, we didn't verify with that wording, but that wasn't the SPC. In my book, this verified. Maybe you could definitely debate the 10 sig was a little bit. It may the sig threat might have underperformed the tiniest bit, but like I said, there's a chance that we saw a significant tornado in either Chicago or in Oakland. It's just up to the National Weather Service to go survey that. But I think the 10 sig was just justified and also really good too. Also really good placement. I think all of our tornadoes were in. Yeah, all of our tornadoes were inside the 10 sig. All of them. Oop, except for Chicago. My bad. That little boy right there, Preston Heights. I think that one might have snuck outside the 10 sig. But pretty much all of them were inside the 10 sig torus. So. And it's also considered a tornado outbreak now too, so I think it performed as expected. Like I said, maybe you could slightly debate that the strong tornado threat didn't verify as expected. But we had like 2 or 3. I remember that unwarned one with blue CC. Then I remember the one barely south of the Chicago radar site, and then again also the Oakland storm. I'm really interested to see if that Oakland storm gets rated as a strong tornado or if it wasn't even a tornado to begin with. Because they did observe it. Is that a mini supercell? What radar am I using? Using the Evansville radar. Just want to point out this little guy. Look at it. Look at it. It's a little tiny little supercell. That thing's not but like friggin' 8 miles wide. Such a small cell. Look at it. It's got a tiny little hook. A tiny little base of the supercell there. That is literally the definition of a mini supercell. Like, that thing is tiny. Look at it. It's even got a little flanking line of convection. I'm gonna screenshot that. It's a tiny little supercell. Find that humorous. It's literally a classic tiny supercell. I'm gonna draw out its characteristics here too. So lucky. Like, literally. Ah, shoot. Don't update on me. Get back that scan. Like, look how small that thing is, man. That is a tiny storm. How big is that? No, we can't do it from that radar. I want to measure it from the base of the supercell to the hook of the supercell. From the base to the hook. 5 miles. 5 miles. 5 miles from northeast to southwest. If we go with the widest point from red to red, 4.4. The entire hook itself, 3.15 or so. It's such a tiny storm. I bet that thing has a wild structure, though. I bet that thing has one of a cool looking structure at the surface. I bet it does. As much as I'm making fun of it, I would love to see that thing in real life. It looks like some people do think today underperformed. Like I said, you could argue that the strong tornado threat didn't perform. But to me, it performed. Because if this was a 5% tornado risk, Twitter would have been freaking out, right? If there was a 5% tornado risk and we had 3 tornadoes within 10 minutes, then we had a possible strong tornado here, a possible strong tornado here, widespread 70-mile-per-hour winds, possible tornadoes near Chicago, another possible tornado, here or so. somewhere in here. And then another tornado here. Twitter would have been freaking out. So you got to look at it this way. Did it perform as a 5% tornado risk, or did it perform as a 10% 10 sig? Now, that's another thing. I think this could have verified as a 10% too. But the strong tornado threat was conditional. V, you're almost in a severe, so within about 40 minutes, you should be in a severe warning, unless you're not already under one. It looks like the western portion of your county is under a severe. It depends exactly where you live in here. I know you're in Whitestown here. Oh, dang. Let's go here. Yep, Lucky said it too. I wish for that. I want to see that. Because it's true. Even though it's a tiny little 5-mile wide supercell, I would love to see it in real life. I would love to see it in real life. I think wind overperformed. I think this verified as a 30 sig wind. Because I've seen a bunch of 15%, 15 sig, and 30% winds that perform substantially less than this. So I think this performed as a 30 sig wind. Because we had widespread 70 to 75 mile an hour wind reports all the way from the beginning of the enhanced risk. I mean, through the whole thing, through the whole enhanced risk. And we still just got another one right there for 72. 70 also. Not actually 72, but 70 also. Another report for 70. So, I think it verified here. Some people are saying it would have verified as a 5 sig. I think the 10 sig was needed, or a 10%. One or the other. I think the SPC did fantastic. That wind threat overperformed a lot. No model run showed such widespread wind threat that we're even seeing now. I believe 5 sigs go into effect later this year, Ben. I think they do. I think 5 sigs and double sigs go into effect later this year. I'm not for sure though, but I know they are an official product that is being worked on. They showcased them at their conference in early February, was it? It was early February. I'm pretty sure, Sam. I might have to look it up, refresh myself. Wait, when did I make this? June 29th? Hmm. Two sig? Heck no, there ain't no way that's being introduced. I'm 90% sure I heard 5 sig was being introduced, but that might have been a dream. there's a good chance that was in a dream. But I know for a fact double sigs are being introduced, because I very much remember that. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm right. I don't know if I'm right. You may say I'm right, but I don't know. A double sig? It's a double sig. It's exactly what it No, I just remembered it again. Ben, so what it is it's multiple sigs. So they can outline a SIG risk for EF2 tornadoes, outline another SIG risk for EF3 plus, outline another SIG risk for EF4 plus tornadoes. So they can break it down even more for where the greatest chance for violent plus tornadoes may be. For a violent tornado threat. So they're going to have multiple SIG layers. That's what it is. I just remembered it. So they're going to do that. Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be really, really cool. That way we don't have to just point out a huge SIG area on like these higher risk days where there's a huge, 20 million some people under a SIG risk. And then we can just really focus on exactly where that greatest SIG risk is. I don't think today lived up to some chasers' expectations, though. I was just thinking of that, too. Some people actually think that a 2% tour was what should have verified here. I really think the 10 sig was needed. Apparently, most of Twitter's forgetting the 10 sig tours in Dixie Alley that literally don't spawn a single tornado warning. I feel like getting off of that app, man. It's like, I don't know how the SPC could do it, dude. Everybody always fusses about the SPC. Either they're overdoing probabilities or underdoing probabilities. They didn't upgrade to a high risk. They didn't downgrade it or something. It's like the SPC can never feel... They can never win. I feel bad for them. Tour possible 60 mile an hour severe there in Westville. North central Indiana there. I do want to stay live longer to just make sure these storms aren't going to do anything. Since it's not even that late, it's only 7:25. I don't feel too hungry yet, but I'll eventually conclude to go eat. I need some food. But I'm glad I went live early. It was fun. I always love live streaming with y'all. Hopefully nobody was injured during this. I haven't seen anything about injuries, so that's fantastic so far. Hopefully that stays the case. But unfortunately, I know for a fact we had about 10 tornadoes today. The ones that I saw, none of them actually impacted homes. It was relatively in fields, but I didn't see that possible unwarned one. I didn't see a video of that, and I didn't see any videos or pictures of the one potentially south of the Chicago radar site. And I also didn't see... I saw no evidence, period, of a tornado near Oakland in east central Illinois. That's what I'm really interested about because, again, just... It proves how much and how valuable radars are. Because if we had a radar site that was even remotely close to that confirmed tornado warning, we would have been able to tell like that if it was a hail spike or a tornado. We would have been able to tell instantly. How's our little baby supercell going? Uh-oh. He ain't going so good. He underwent a cell merge. Yeah, so I think our main threat right now is, actually, no, I don't think I know. The main threat is the storm heading right towards V's house. That is the only significant severe at this point. Also interested in the Evansville storms to some extent, but they're so clustered. They may be able to pose a small tornado risk, just, I don't see anything notable with them. So once these get past V's house, I'm going to end. I'm going to stay here just for V. So that way I could tell you how bad it's going to be. Yep, every time I look back at 2024, I just remember how crazy it was. It's like it slips my mind. Then I go back and look at any of my live streams for coverage. I'm like, dang. It was actually that bad, huh? Just literally every storm that had a 50-50 ended up producing a tornado. All the cell mergers just ended up producing tornadoes. Like, pretty much near none of them were actually very destructive. I'm sure there was a few who were few that were destructive at some point. But just everything in 2024 seemed to just pop off. I think the greatest wind threat is this is horrific. I literally think it's on the southern end, so this is gonna go like right for you. Or is it moving more northeast? Nope. It's definitely got its sights right on V's house. Don't worry, it probably won't be that bad. You're weather aware, so that's an advantage over so many other people right off the bat. It is tornado possible. Yeah, it is tornado possible. There's a few little indents that I'm watching. I'll point them out. There's these indents up here, this indent here, and this indent here. So there's 3 indents that I'm watching for spin, potential tornadoes eventually to develop. This is going to miss well to your north. And these 2 are going to be pretty close to hitting you. But they are not imminent tornadoes. They're not imminent tornadoes. They're just velocities that are something to keep an eye on. We did hit our like goal. I just wanted to say thank you for that. Thank you for hitting 50 likes on the stream. It does not feel like we've been here for over 3.5 hours. That is for sure. Holy crap, a kid took this picture? This is one of the best water spout pictures I've ever seen in my life. Holy cow. Where was this at? I'm bookmarking that. I'm going to show that to Lucky. Colorado. Cold air land spout. Also over water. So it was a cold air water land spout in Colorado earlier today. Yeah, this morning. Wait. No. That was just recent. It had to be just recent. Can I get a time on this? I'm assuming it was not but about like 3 hours ago or so. That is an insane one. I wish I could show you guys, but I don't have permission to. Give me just a second. Oops. Okay. Yeah, they're not any strong areas of rotation yet, so I'm just going to keep an eye on it. And I don't think they will be strong areas of rotation, so that's really good, because I was uh-oh. I was pretty concerned for a strong tornado threat out here, and just something went wrong in the atmosphere, and shoot, I ain't complaining. I mean, we did have like 3, 4 tornado warnings. You can see here, I was talking about the Illinois-Indiana border. We did have 3 or 4 tornado warnings there, but not the strong tornadoes I was thinking. Yep, Girl Dev, you're done with tornadoes. There may be some rain, some heavy rain, that could impact you. This is moving to the northeast like this. Oops, a little bit more northeast. Like this. So you will have a threat for some isolated wind gusts and very heavy rain here later on. But it won't be a tornado threat. Yeah, glad to hear you're safe, Girl Dev. There was a confirmed tornado. I think it was here. I'll show you. That blue box is where the confirmed tornado was. So I mean, it probably touched down like somewhere right in here, which I could give you a higher resolution of that. There you go. So touchdown somewhere in here. Yeah, it was an unwarned tornado, and then it got reported, and they confirmed it. So it was very close to you, but either way, the good news is it was extremely weak. I haven't heard anything about damage or anything, um, anything concerning that occurred there. So it seems like it was probably just a very brief, very quick, weak spin up. Went to the north of you, good. But I haven't heard any damage reports out of there, so that's good news. I think this is going to play audio, so let me mute it. Yep, it did. Just saved myself a copyright right there. Copyright strike. Waiting game. The tornado threat is nearly over. We could still see a spin up tornado somewhere in the state of Indiana. I know that's very broad. But somewhere in the state of Indiana, I think we could see a spin up tornado out of one of these storms here. Somewhere in there. We could also see a spin up tornado in Kentucky, but I really haven't seen much in Kentucky today. I'm not too sure why they put a good watch out there. Like I said, that was a mid-tier watch I really wasn't expecting. What, 50-20, 50-30? At 50-20. I just wasn't expecting that. I didn't think we'd see a good watch like that. When it got issued, I said 30-10. Yeah, there's a 5 to 2%. We did just get a new MD, mesoscale discussion for Alabama and Georgia. I sure did, Ethan. So here you go. Thunderstorm development is expected between 8 and 10 p.m. Central. Isolated damaging wind, severe hail will be possible. So nothing very notable. Nothing I'll stay live for. Only reason why I'm live at the moment is because I want to see this storm for V. Just stay here. Just till it, either till it's over V to the point where I know that it's not tornadic, or past her. Yeah, but that was insane, Ethan. Did you see the picture of it? The picture the kid took of the water spout was just absurd. Like one of the best photos I've ever seen of a water spout slash land spout. I sent it to you in DMs if you didn't. It was in Colorado. It was not from this cold core setup, actually. I think it was just actually because of a, oh, what did they say? Let's see. I think it was because of cold air behind a cold front. And it all combined into an area of vorticity. And it caused that. But most of the tornadoes we saw today were not very impactful, thankfully. I didn't see any notable damage. And I didn't see from all the videos I saw, which were at least 3 to 4 tornadoes. None of them looked to hit houses. So it seems like they were all relatively on the weaker side and in open fields. There was 3 potential strong tornadoes, but I'm unsure about all 3 of them. The first one was almost over the Chicago radar site. The second one was so far from radar sites that I couldn't tell the difference between a hail core contamination and a tornado, but the National Weather Service observed it anyways. And then the last one was an unwarned potential tornado that was in a clear slot, and then after it lifted, they ended up tornado warning it. But most likely, oh crap.
Tornado warning for northern Hendricks County
Probably
in
this
central
one.
Indiana, Hendricks County in Indiana.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. That is not what I was thinking. Sucker gave me a heart attack, too. Well, good luck, V. That one's going right for you. Probably going to weaken substantially before it gets to you. That warning is not... Hold on. Okay, never mind, it is. My bad, my bad. It's a little south, but yeah, that's where the storm's going. A little over 14,000 people in that tornado warning. Glad we didn't end yet. That's so broad and so weak. V, this is a really good sign right here. You see this? On a better day for severe weather with better ingredients, that would have spun up so fast. But look at it. It just fell right apart. So that means something is definitely going wrong in the atmosphere. Because you've got a tail end embedded supercell right in here. I was going to say it's semi-discrete, but it's really embedded. And on a normal higher end day, that would have been able to really, really intensify. But doesn't look like it's going to. I mean, it just fell right apart. So literally in 2 scans, it went from looking pretty good and then trying to tighten up with a hook echo to gone. But that was one of the 4 areas I pointed out for an area of rotation here. And it did get a tornado warning. Is this tour possible up here? Okay, it is. So we'll keep an eye on that tornado warning. The area of rotation north of that. And also a little area of rotation embedded inside of a outflow dominant windbag isolated large hail storm going into Logansport, Indiana. Yeah, that's very close to you, V. It's just barely 1 county to your south-southwest. Now, if I were in your position, I would have already been in my car and booking it south on the interstate. The second I heard that tornado warning, out the door, booking it south. because that's what I do. Actually, I would have been out there a long time ago. I would have been out there when this got tornado warned here back in West Central Indiana. That's when I would have left where you are to go out in front, like right up here. I would have been out. Cause this year I ain't waiting. I ain't waiting. I'm going for all the storms. Last year I missed half of the tornado warnings in my area because I just didn't know if it was going to die out or if it was going to strengthen. So I ended up missing at least 3 tornadoes and multiple tornado warnings. So this year, any storm that looks like it might strengthen, I'm out the door in 5 seconds. They did also upgrade a southern severe down here for Jasper, southwestern Indiana, for 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a tour possible tag. Doesn't look that notable, though. Really don't see much with it. All right, while we get this new scan, I'm going to take a very, very brief break. Just a very brief break. I will be back in 2 minutes or so. So give me just a minute. I will be right back. We actually, hold on. Hold on, I'm back. Okay, now I'll be right back. This is going to take me a quick 2-minute break. I just realized something. There's a chance Connor's on this. Give me just a moment. Okay. I hath returned. Connor, where are you? Oh, Connor's done. Bro said, this is it. I'm done. So he called it quits. Let me see. Okay. Yeah. So Connor already called it quits. Is it really that late? I forgot that it's getting dark out. Yeah, so I'm gonna turn off that chaser too. Yes, I know I took a 5-second break, YouTube. You ain't gotta spaz out on me. Okay. I'd like to see this storm from a better radar site, but that's a little bit impossible. Well, no, that's a bit of a better radar site, but you can see how broad that area of rotation is. I don't really think that's going to be able to do much there. And this sucker ain't even tour possible down here in Princeton, in Kentucky. Just not enough wind shear. Jeez, that's a big severe. Holy. The biggins right there. That definitely put V in the warning. That is a big old severe. How dare I get up for about 5 seconds after almost 4 hours of sitting down. Jeez. I can't believe we've been live this long. This has to be one of the quickest 4-hour coverages in a hot minute. And we're going to go just a little bit more than 4 hours because, again, I want to make sure that this isn't going to be too bad for V. I would stay longer after that, but I'm going to start getting hungry. I'll still monitor the threat, but there's like a 0.5% chance I come back on here because there's not going to be anything that really wants me to come back on here. We've primarily covered the main threat. We're left with a big mess of severes in southwest Indiana, and then severes in central Indiana. Then we have an isolated severe in southwest Kentucky, isolated severe in north central Indiana. So there's still a few small areas to look out for, but once that tornado threat starts dying down, that's where I start to sign off. Unless it's like a big old windbag. I don't know. I'm more of here just for analysis. Watching the trying to figure out and how to predict these tornadoes on radar. I'm not really very interested in wind. But you know what's crazy? Tornadoes are literally wind. So, I don't know. I'm most interested for weather. Tornadoes are what, that's number one for me. That's what I'm always most interested in. And then I guess second place is actually wind, because wind is actually what got me into weather. Just straight line winds is what got me into weather. That's what really sparked my passion. Again, if you don't know, it's because we had I had a storm at my older house in North Carolina, and we didn't even get a single warning, and we had a wind gust upwards of 100 miles per hour that took out a bunch of our trees, and we were outside at the time, but thankfully on the porch, an enclosed porch. So that's what really sparked my passion, is just the fact that I just didn't receive a single warning for a storm that's that bad. And I believe that was part of a derecho. If I'm not mistaken, that was one of the only derechos I've been hit by. And that's the one I remember the most. Let's see. All right. Actually, I'm not sure if that was a derecho or not. That hit me. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I forgot what even year it was. All right, let's see. No, I really don't see anything, V. And honestly, the winds have died down significantly. Look at all the... I know this is a quick loop, but look at all the winds back here, the green. Look at them all die out as it gets closer to the radar site. So it's weakened quite significantly. I mean, you can see here we had a very, very well-defined line with very strong precipitation, especially on the southern side. And now it's more broken. Still have an okay line on the northern side, but then it gets broken towards the southern side. And that, the pink in the very large area of 60 plus dBz is really broken up. You could still definitely get gusts 60, 70 miles per hour out of this. But I don't think it's as high of a threat as what it could have been. Seems to have weakened quite a bit. It's just going to be very windy. And it's going to start any second. I don't know exactly where you are. But I mean, it's on the doorstep of Whitestown here. So within the next 10 minutes. Yeah, and again, like I expected, there you go. Still just a line here. Just isolated wind gust and heavy rain with this. As it moves through the area that just got hit by severe weather. So your main risk is still with this line right in here. But you could have some leftover heavy rain and isolated winds with that as it moves northeast. It should be very fast. It should pass you very fast. I believe, yeah. Okay. It's hard to tell exactly when. Oh, well, there's a report of 70-mile-an-hour winds, so it's definitely still capable of up to 70-mile-an-hour winds there. I'd say it's going to pass within 10 minutes. Yeah. I'd say within 10 minutes it's going to pass. That's once it hits you. But you're in a tricky spot because you might catch this part of the rain here and this part and then the third part. So your area might last a little bit longer. Whereas if you were up here in like Michigan's town or something, that would have been like, literally that would be gone in 2 minutes, right? That's 2 minutes. It's there and then gone. Still going to keep an eye on this one in Jasper, southwestern Indiana. Now actually considerable for both wind and hail and tornado possible. Still could see a spin up tornado southwest Michigan. So there's just a lot of areas that could spin up. But they're all weak. And it's no longer tornado warned V. Tornado warning has expired. No longer a tornado warned line here. Pittsboro, Indiana reports of a very large funnel. Oh, shoot, that was right here. Yeah, reports of a very large funnel for the southern edge of this storm. That was report was about 5-ish minutes ago. Only have one bottle of water left. I only brought 3 today because I didn't expect to be live longer than 4 hours. I don't see much there. Give me that severe warning. Still warned for... Well, apparently nothing. Apparently that's warned for nothing. We go look on Radar Omega. Tor possible. 0.75 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Okay. Yeah, so again, one of these areas probably going to end up with a chance for a tornado. Just one of these areas of rotation. It's hard to say exactly which one and exactly where. But just somebody Somebody later on tonight's probably going to end up in a tornado warning, but I don't think it's going to be a notable threat for a tornado. Just a very isolated, quick spin up tornado is possible. So V, I mean, this is like, it's got to be over you now. It should be raining heavily now. Yep, definitely. So you should have just got one big, huge gust of wind and then heavy rain. And then there should be a period where it gets extremely heavy rain, maybe even some small hail and more damaging winds there. And then after that, it will be done. And unfortunately, like I said, yours might last a little bit longer because you're on the end of it. So maybe a little longer than 10 minutes, and then this will be out of here. Man, my time frame was spot on. I said about 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Or was I a whole hour off? Hold on. I might have been a whole hour off. Was I a whole hour off? I might have said 8 p.m. Central. I might have been a whole hour off. I forgot what I said. It was either 8 Eastern or 8 Central. I think it was 8 Eastern. Yeah, still plenty of severes. 11 severes, 3 significant, but 2 of them are for the same storm right here. So pretty sure 2 of them are for the same storm. And one's actually about to expire. 1 minute, so we're going to be left with just 2. Eight Eastern. Perfect. I was right. Let's go. Thankfully, I was wrong about it being a good tornado threat. I mean, you did still have a tornado warning literally a county to your southwest. But I'm glad that it wasn't anything higher than that. I don't know. A large funnel reported not too far to your southwest. Still pretty scary. Alright. Still warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds, torr possible, and 1-inch hail. And again, just very little areas of rotation. Man, these things move by so fast. I don't need the Chicago radar site, I don't even need anymore. Lincoln, Illinois radar site, don't even need anymore. And we started, ooh. That one's caught my attention. Keep an eye on that one. I don't think it will be a notable tornado threat yet again. Just, I don't see much with it. Oh no, I doggone screwed up my radar. Yeah, I fixed it. Yeah, at any moment it should be absolutely pouring rain. Maybe even some very small hail. Depending on exactly where this core goes. That's your main core right here. It's your main core. It's moving northeast, so it should go literally right over you. We shall see. You can see the velocities are also higher with that too, so you've got a better chance for some wind gusts in there. But thankfully, no tornadoes. So we'll just wait and see. The waiting game yet again. I do think those storms in southern Indiana may have also a chance to produce tornadoes later down the line. But again, I think it will be very brief, very weak spin-up tornadoes. Nothing very notable. Waiting for this new scan, hopefully 15 seconds. The new HRRR, for anyone curious, has the main tornado threat dying off now. At this exact second. So I believe we are done with our threat for tornadoes. Still could see a spin up somewhere. But main threat is over. It's going to get a little worse here at any second. Actually, no, you might be experiencing the worst right now because radar's 3 minutes behind. Just a little bit of rain. Just a little. Just a little rain. We do get a new outlook in an hour, but I'm probably... Jeez, yeah, you're like in the hail core now. It literally targeted you. It's right over your house, right over your town. Full blown targeted you. Hey, at least it wasn't a tornado though. It shouldn't be that big of hail, at the largest an inch in diameter. So it shouldn't be like damaging hail. Maybe barely enough to put a small dent in your car if your car is very, very flimsy. Which pretty sure every car is not going to be damaged by 1 or less inch hail. It's going to have to be a very, very fragile car to be damaged by such small hail. Now, if you're traveling at like 70 miles an hour and then it starts hailing with 1 inch in diameter, yeah, that could damage it. That could damage most cars. Probably should have warned you about that. There we go. Yep, and that heaviest rain should stop very, very soon. I'd say another 3 to 5, right around 3 minutes of that heaviest rain, then it's going to slowly start tampering off. Was it maybe a nickel? Yeah. Didn't think it'd be much larger than about an inch. That might be a little bit more tornadic there. Looking in southwest Indiana. Lead supercell might have a better opportunity to produce a quick tornado near Freetown. Oh, wow. Look, that's zoomed by in 2 minutes. It went from the heaviest rain to literally light rain in 2 minutes. Jeez. It didn't waste any time getting out of there. Gracious. Let's see. So it began about 23:56. And it's ending now. Haha, 10 minutes. Told ya. Right again. 10 or a little over 10 minutes. That was a complete guess. That had nothing to do with me actually being accurate. That was just a very lucky guess. Now you can go to sleep. Yeah, see, there still could be some gusty winds as absolute as high as 50, 55 miles per hour through here. So Wouldn't be surprised if that wakes you up if if it makes it that far, which it's really a 50-50. I can't tell you if it will or won't. If it does, it will be at your house around 10 or so. Between 10. Right around 10 p.m. Between 10 and 11, it will be at your area. Yeah, I would probably say closer to 10 considering how fast it's moving. And then they'll drop you from the watch, so they would have dropped you from the watch now, but that extra development decided to occur, so now you've got another line you got to pass here. There's a dang injured goose outside of my house and no one has come to rescue it. And I just had to watch it get pelted by hail. Really dang sad. Man, that's horrific. It's terrible. I actually saw a goose yesterday. We don't see him often out here in Virginia. Unless you really go goose looking for him. You gotta really look for him. Out here we don't see him very often, but man, that's terrible. Poor goose. I'm contemplating here staying live just a little longer to watch this. But they don't even have Tor Possible on it anymore. Can I hit the thank you? Can I hit the radar site? You see me try to click it like 6 times in a row. Can I click the radar site? That wasn't a radar omega bug for once. That was just TRG's poor depth perception and eye-hand coordination. Just couldn't freaking click on it. It seems like a lot of these tornado reports might have been gustnados, so... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Is that really another storm right behind this one? V, you're in another severe, but I think this one will barely clip you. It shouldn't be as bad as the last one. When did that get there? It formed right behind him. That's taking a little bit more of a northern track, so Lebanon's going to get hit more. It's moving like this. That's going to be where the heaviest rain goes, right into Lebanon. So you're still... It may be a bit noisy, but you're good to go to sleep. If you're wanting to go to sleep this early. Yeah, you are under another severe. Yep. I feel like staying live just a little longer. The thing is, if I stay alive a little longer, I'm going to just keep wanting to stay live. But I might just go ahead and head off here. You've dealt with severe storms in the past, so... And I don't... This thing has, like, no velocity, so it would take a miracle plus another miracle just to get this thing to try to even get close to rotating. So you're looking at very small hail, and worst case scenario, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And I do think it will go barely to your northwest, unless it intensifies. I'm sure you have your own radar. You could always use WeatherWise, which I'll put a link to that just in case somebody hasn't used it before. There's the link to WeatherWise, so you can track these storms on your own. Plenty of other people are also still live. No, I didn't jinx it. V can take my mod dome for the day. I don't need it right now. If anything does produce a tornado in the short term, I would say 2 storms. This one here, southwestern Illinois, or rather southwestern Indiana, and this one here in southwest Indiana. Those 2 I'm watching for a low wind tornado threat over the next, give or take, 45 minutes. But we only have 1 significant severe. Man, I moderately dislike my predictions sometimes. It's not fun being this accurate. You've got to be kidding me. I literally just pointed it out. Better gracious day.
Tornado warning for southeastern Brown County in south-central
I was going to say,
Indiana,
I wish we had better radar
southwestern
coverage.
Bartholomew County in central Indiana, northeastern Lawrence County in south-central Indiana, northwestern Jackson County in south-central Indiana, Bartholomew, Brown, Jackson, and Lawrence County in Indiana.
I'm going to be honest, this is pretty far from radars, so it's in a radar hole. I'm probably still going to go ahead and end in 9 minutes, even though we have a tornado warning, because I'm hungry. So just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning. Just keep an eye on it. Like I said, there's plenty of other people live. You're extremely very welcome to go watch them. Just make sure you're getting your weather information from someone who you trust and who's accurate. So just make sure you're staying weather aware. If things get absolutely chaotic within the next 2 hours, I'll hop back on. Well, actually, I'm probably gonna just hop off for the rest of the night. I'm probably gonna turn my computer off, so you might want to prepare for something crazy, considering I won't be on standby. I think the greatest tornado threat, though, is with these storms, so watch these. Watch these here. What if the person we trust isn't accurate? Then track it yourself. That's the beauty of the WeatherWise app. And you have 3 tutorials, I think, on my channel. 2 or 3 to watch. Definitely the Radar Omega. Oh, yep, Radar Omega, Attic, Radar, and WeatherWise. You got 3 different ones. The Radar Omega one, I teach you how to completely read radar. So, well, I was saying WeatherWise because WeatherWise is free. That's what I was saying. So just make sure you're weather aware. I'll go ahead and call out some town names. So generally all the way from Jasper and Lamar in southwestern Indiana, all the way up to Nashville, Taylorsville, and then pointing all the way towards like the Batesville area. So this whole region here, stay weather aware. Stay weather aware because that's where I think the greatest tornado threat will be. I'm trying to see if my radar is screen tearing on my end. It's crazy. Probably just got somebody sick by doing that. I apologize. But all right. Well, we've been here through most of the event, so I'm comfortable with ending now. I don't feel like anything ridiculous is gonna surprise us here, but yeah, just stay weather aware. Keep an eye on things. If you're in any other watches, they'll slowly start to cancel watches from west to east per usual. Just to give you an update on how far east that's gone so far, if you are anywhere in this area of the risk, you are good to go. This whole area of the risk is good to go. Anywhere behind this line. There you go. Anywhere behind that line, you're good to go for the severe weather risk. Still want to stay aware of severe weather if you're ahead of that. The main line is right in here, though. That's your main line. but we could still end up with an isolated severe storm out of that, so that's why I drew that line more to the west. Because for some reason, our cold front decided to ignite more storms. But yeah, that's going to do it for me. I planned for about a 2 to 3 hour coverage today, ended up doing 4.5, so I appreciate everybody for tuning in today. Almost 1,000 people, even though everybody was live today. We almost got 1,000 people in here to spread weather awareness. And like I said, I'm really just here to learn and figure out how to track weather. So just people watching and trying to save lives along the way is a major benefit to it. And I appreciate everybody for tuning in, everybody for supporting me today. Sam for becoming a member. I believe it was it Sam? Who was it? I got to go see. Yeah, it was Sam. I thought so. Good memory. Sam for becoming an EF1 member, and JD for continuing his EF2 membership now for 4 months. I'm going to go ahead and give out memberships at the end of this. I know, Sam, you did buy one today. But I'm going to give away 10 memberships at the end of this live stream. So if you want a free membership, stay tuned. There's no really huge benefits to them because I can't stand to put anything behind a paywall. That's just not me. I don't want you guys to pay for things in terms of getting extra content. So I really want to because you obviously paid, but then again, I don't want to put any like life-saving information behind a paywall. So I'll see you guys in the next one. What, Saturday? Yeah. Little bit of a break. I'll see you guys Saturday, and then we'll do our coverage live stream on Sunday. So have a fantastic rest of your Wednesday night here. And thank you, mods, for mod chat. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Make sure you stay weather aware if you're in those watches. Have a fantastic rest of your Wednesday night. And once again, stay safe, watch severe weather. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Goodbye. Stay safe, watch severe weather. Have a fantastic rest of your Wednesday night. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Good.